Well, hello. Well, hello out there. This is uh this is Tom Omega, and this is the Infj Experience live. And yeah, I'm doing a Sunday night live tonight. Typically, I do these on Saturday Night Live, but today I decided to. Um, well, I was a little under the weather yesterday. Yesterday, let's just call it. And so I decided to take a little time off, get a little relax, get a little rest. I got to tell you, people, I was very exhausted yesterday. In fact, I was even exhausted this morning, but that's beside the case. I'm all right now. Okay. So hopefully people are coming on in here. Hopefully we'll have a few. Looks like we have one watching. Hello there, one. How are you? Good to hear from you. And so hopefully as the time goes on, we'll have some more callers come on in here. What am I saying, callers? This isn't a radio show. This is a live broadcast. These are listeners, callers, yeah, watchers, viewers, whatever you might want to call it, participants. How about we go with that? I like to think that there's participants here because we participate in these channels. I mean, you're not just sitting here listening to me. Now you are for the most part, but you add a lot. You add a lot to my broadcast as well. Okay. Sometimes your input is highly regarded to me. Okay. It really is. Okay. Just want you to know that, people. So hopefully everybody is doing well out there. I'm hoping everybody is having a good summer so far. Okay. That's good. So, as you know, my name's Tom Omega, and this is the INFJ Experience. Now, what this live broadcast about, and what I'm here for mainly is to I'm here to just educate, try to inspire people that are, um, let's just say, a little bit more on the fringe. Okay, there's people out there that have a little more social anxiety, people that have a little bit more like they might be introverted types. Okay, they're the types that are on the outside looking in, and they seem to be that's their life. Okay, there are certain personality types, as you know, that are. Hello there, Billy the Goat. Yes, I am feeling better. Thank you, Billy. It's good to see you out there. But I'm just going on a little bit of an intro onto the channel here. No, but as you know, there are introverted and people out there that sometimes people are a little more shy. Some people are more outgoing, and many different type of personalities in the world. All right, there's always the outside people, the outsiders. Now, INFJs and other introverted intuitive typically fall into that category. They fall into those categories of being the the shy types, the ones who'd rather kind of do things by themselves. So they don't spend much time with people. They're the quiet types. They're the introverted types and things like that. Okay. Now, I guess that's what I'd like to think is that this channel is for that. Okay. Uh, we, okay, Billy the Goat, he's got, we be the pirate crew. Me, me, Hardy. Oh, the pirate crew. Got it. There you go. Yeah, there you go. We're in a pirate crew here. That's a good one to put on there. All right. I was just trying to come up with a good example, a good kind of a description of this channel, what it's all about. Yeah, I mean, if you were to describe what this broadcast is, it's just we just show up here once a week, and we like to we show up here, and we're very rare. We're a very rare bunch out there, but we're not rare when we land on our channel here. Okay, now we're part of the majority because this is us. Now we're in our own majority, I guess you could say. We're not so rare anymore. We fit in. This is where we come to just to be ourselves. Okay, you don't have to feel like you're on guard all the time, or you're worried about saying the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing to the wrong people, and thinking that you're always going to be taken out of context or misunderstood in some way. You're not going to get that here, basically. All right. But as you know, the INFJ personality type is a very It's the rarest. I've said that before. I mean, now it seems as though everywhere you look on the here on YouTube, on the internet, it always seems to point to the direction that it's the rarest type. Anywhere from one to 3% of the world population have this type, which is very rare. I mean, you think about it. Out of 100 people, you could be one. You could be the only person out of 100 with that type. Okay, and out of 1,000, anywhere from 10 to 20 people out of 1,000. That's a small group. That's a little group out of that many people. Now you take the entire world population, and you pretty much, what is it, 8 billion people? As Carl Sagan might have said, 8 billion stars. Well, in this case, 8 billion people in the world, and there's only 1% of the world population, or the INFJ. Okay, that was Carl Sagan impression. Remember that guy, Cosmos? I couldn't help myself. Whenever I think a billion, I can't help but to say billions and billions. You see. So anyway, people, that's you take billions of people and you get that 1 to 2% out of billions, and what is that? That's got to be somewhere in the I don't know, hundreds of millions. Maybe 100 million or something like that. 80, 80 million or so people out of a billion is your percentage. So that's like a little country. That some country has about 80 billion people. Excuse me, million. I said billion again. Getting Carl Sagan brain over here. But bottom line is that's how rare it is. That's how rare this personality is. Now, I've actually heard it even said that whether or not it's hyped up, I've even heard that it's all this hype. It's not as rare as that. There's more INFJs. They're about as common as all the other types. They're spread out. It's not as that. Well, it's just hyped up. And but I don't know. Honestly, from my own standpoint, I don't meet too many people like myself. In fact, I never have. Now, I've met plenty of you on this channel. I've met plenty of you on my live broadcasts. I've seen you there, but that's about the only places I really find other INFJs out there. Okay. Now, I've had a situation in my life where I think I've met or knew certain INFJs out there. I think I've crossed paths with them. I'm only speculating because I'm thinking in my world, in my life history, excuse me. I think, have I ever met anybody like me? And I can count on one hand how many might have been. Funny thing is, my own mother, my own late sweet mother, might have been one. Now, everything I've known about her, now that I know what the MBTI is and I know what the characteristics of this type is, I'd have to say that my mother, I believe, was an INFJ. So I was not only influenced by her, I was got her DNA. So you see, I don't know exactly how this works, but she was one of them. But unfortunately, she had already passed away before I discovered what this MBTI type was. Okay. But knowing my mom, she would have disregarded it and thought, she wouldn't have really put too much into it. Not in front of me. Maybe she would have thought about it eventually. She might have looked into it, maybe, but on her own. I don't think she would have ever confided in me personally. I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm just thinking about that. That's all. But that just goes to show you the rarity of this particular personality type. Okay. Now, I usually like I said, I like to think of this as a kind of a safe haven. All right. You're looking forward to if you have a community here. In fact, one thing that I've liked about what I've seen how this happens too is that there have been friendships, I mean, amongst you in the chats as well. And I see, you talk amongst each other and every week I see the friendships, these communications within each other have their own click. Yeah, like they got their own conversation going with each other. And I'm like, oh, what do they say? Oh, they're talking. That's their little thing going on. So there is that going on as well. There are many conversation and clicks. Now, maybe that's probably common with all these chat groups, I guess you could say. It's like a chat group in a sense, right? So I don't know. Even the percentage was higher. Even if the percentage was higher, I'm sure we would still feel just as isolated. Yeah, there'd just be more of us feeling isolated. Yeah. Well, because it's in our type. You're right, Billy. Billy the goat there, Billy. We by no doubt are, it's like that's in our nature. And as much as I've tried to break my own cycle and tried to venture off and be more sociable, try to be more fit in, and I've tried several times, it just seems as though um, I always drift back to default. It's the only way to describe it. Like it's on default with me that I need to isolate. But I got to say one thing: the older I get, the wiser I get, the more I'm comfortable with it, and the more I'm like at peace, much more at peace with it. Like I've accepted who I am. Um, that's a major step in discovering who you are. Is You have to accept it because you might want to conform to the world. You might want to be a part of the world and be like everyone else in the world. Okay, have your 9 to 5 job. Have your normalcy. Let's call it. But your your mind, your who you are, is on default. I think you could strive to being a more of a better, more sociable person. I mean, I think we all have that capability. I think we do. In fact, we can be, but we have to balance it with our own us time. Is what it is. That's mainly what it is. We just got to know our limits, and that's part of understanding us as INFJs is just knowing that we have these needs within us that we need to step back and find our own peace, our own doings on our by ourselves. Okay, read books, whatever it is, your hobbies that you got, type thing. Okay. So, all right. Well, we have seven watching. Hello there, seven, and I got two thumbs already, huh? Hey, two thumbs. That matched the ones I have on each hand. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So I was dubbing around a little bit with OBS and trying to get the OBS going. I got an app on the computer here. OBS. It's a free app. It's just a lot that I have to get involved in. Like they got windows and scenes and a lot of stuff you got to learn. My gosh, I can only imagine like being a YouTuber in a sense is like being like one of those people in a TV studio. Those the ones that are in that room, the little booth. They're looking out the window, but they got the knobs and the levers and all that. That was the way they did it like years ago, back in the early days. Nowadays, they got the computers and they got high tech software, and you're able to do way more than you could in a studio in your own home from your own computer on your own keyboard than these guys were in those studios and those TV stations. It's really amazing though. But the education that you need, just the training, just what you need to know is it takes quite a bit of your time and resources to learn that stuff. See, this is what I'm struggling a little bit with that because I want to learn this stuff and get deeper into this. But I'll tell you, there's a lot to know. All right. And if anybody excuse me, if anybody has a channel out there, and I know a lot of you do, you get your own channels out there. So it depends on what you want to put into it, what kind of work you want to put into yourself, and how much you're going to invest into your channel. But the ones that make that investment, these are the ones that go on to be very successful, have millions and hundred millions and millions of subscribers. No, kidding. Yeah, we're just or tens of thousands of people. Yeah, I'm just happy with a group that I know that are benefiting. Honestly, my goal here is not to just have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Now that would be nice. That would be nice, and have thousands of views every time I put a video out. All that would be nice, of course. But mainly, I have to remember too that my goal here is just to know that there's there's a select few people that benefit from this live broadcast that show up here and feel like I said, like we got a place to go. And that's mainly what I think is the bottom line with this channel, with what I got here. Okay. That's all. So hopefully that's the case out there. Okay. All right. So all right. Hopefully, like I said, we have a Sunday night broadcast tonight, and I kind of bumped it up from one day. Hopefully, I didn't interfere with anybody's time out there. Anybody that typically watches me on Saturday nights, hopefully they will realize that I'm one day. I did make an announcement. I did put it on the community post. I did mention that I would be doing that, but if I did if I did inconvenience anybody out there with the time, I do apologize for that, of course. Okay, but but anyway, so moving forward with what's going on, now that's pretty much what the channel is. So if anybody new is stumbling across this broadcast, just know that this is what it is that we are we are the rarest we are the rarest personality type, supposedly. Okay, and either way, whether we are rare or not, even if, say, like I was talking about Billy, like I said, if we are not even as rare as we are, we have a certain complex and a very deep mind. I mean, it's a very, I mean, we have a certain lot of qualities, a lot of positive qualities within our character, within our mind, but it's very deep, and we have so many different opposing, contradictory um, things pulling in our mind. I mean, we're very, let's say, logical, but at the same time, highly emotional people at the same time. And you see, so right there, I mean, we could be highly sensitive in some ways to things, but then very, very practical and in other ways as well. Okay, so this starts to conflict with our. It gets conflicting, like having a tug of war within your own mind, within your own soul, in so many ways. And most of the time, through the course of our life, we feel this tug of war within us. It feels like we have these two opposite uh, archetypes, whatever you might want to call them, within us. These opposite pulling forces, always at a tug of war, and it's always straining on us. And usually, this causes us to just want to be isolated. This is where it puts us into isolation to figure it out, because usually we get that feeling where it can be a confusing feeling, a sad feeling, an isolating feeling, feeling like you're alone amongst other people. And all you can do is shut down and shut the world out and try to figure out what it is. And that this is a lot of what our life is. Okay. So much of our life we spend in these. Okay. Now, not constantly. I've noticed that with my life, it's not constant, like 24/7. You get this. Now, you may go into areas, and it's like it comes in waves. I've noticed through the course of my life, I've noticed it would come in waves. Like I'd be doing okay, working okay, and my mind would be going okay, and I would structure things okay, plan things out, and be like, functioning. And and then and then you would start having things like your your emptiness would come in. Maybe your loneliness would start kicking in. You realize that you don't have a special somebody in your life, maybe a somebody you can confide in. And then or you see what I mean? You might think that, and you want to talk about things, express yourself, but there's nobody to do that to. And you know better than to even do that. You don't want to express it. So sometimes we go through bouts in our life where these waves hit us, where we start feeling that tug of war again. Okay. So I can't say it's not constant. It was never constant with me, but it was in waves. And I would have these feeling like I was being pulled apart internally. And of course, it's confusing. Then you're wondering why. you sit there wondering, in the depths of your solitude, let's say, and you're in mind trying to figure it out. Why is this? Does anybody else go through this? But you look in people's eyes and they don't have the same thing. Somehow you intuitively know that a good majority of people aren't going this. You can just see right through them and know. You try to decipher if people have this kind of thing, but intuitively you know very very few do. Okay, and so yeah, that's pretty much what our life is. Okay, now on this channel, we talk about this stuff like I'm talking about this right now. And I just be mentioning it, and if you know who you are, you have this very rare personality type. You're saying, "Oh yeah, Tom, you got that right." The tug of war, the tug of war in our soul. Okay. Billy the Goat, we are a paradox and it's annoying. Yeah, you got, hey, that's a good way. Just simply annoying. Yeah, the paradox. Exactly. That's that whole tug of war. That's exactly it. It's having those two polar opposites battling within us, okay, at all times. Hey, listen, I came up with a good way of describing this that only INFJs might understand this. In fact, I put a video short out months and months ago last year. I don't know. I don't think it did that good. It was kind of deep. Okay. But there is a two opposing forces of nature: centrifugal force and centripetal force. Okay. One of them is that force that is always drawing outward. Like the centrifugal force is that force that when something is in motion spinning, the inertia is projecting it out. Okay. And typically, I mean, you take a bucket of water and you take that little bit of bucket of water and you start swinging it over your head. And as long as you keep that inertia going, you keep that force going, it won't spill. That's a centrifugal force. All right. So, but then there's centripetal force, which is an opposing force. Centripetal is that pulling force. You pull the plug in your bathtub and the water starts getting, gravity pulls the water down that drain, right? And it starts going down there, right? And so, you know, that pulling, that whirlpool that pulls it in is centripetal force, but it always whirls in. It kind of whirls and it goes down that plunger. But that pulling is a centripetal force, kind of like black holes in space. Now, this is the biggest example of a centripetal force. Now, quote me, maybe. Listen, I'm not a professional quantum physics guy. I'm kind of an amateur at it, but I do know that black holes have a gravitational pull so strong, even light can't escape these things. But it's kind of like that. It's like things are spinning around it, and the closer you get, it changes time and everything. Okay, well, it's getting kind of deep. I don't need to talk about that. But my point is that these are two conflicting forces of nature. Okay, don't mind somebody's out there mowing their lawn right now. It's starting to get it's after 8 o'clock, and somebody decides it's a nice time to mow their lawns. So don't mind the lawnmower outside, people. Okay, but anyway, so where was I? But my point is that those two massive forces of nature are conflicting. And I guess the only way to describe that tug of war within our soul is like that. Maybe it gets a little deep. Maybe it's a little overkill of an explanation, but that's me. I'm just kind of overkill when it comes to talking about things. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I've always thought of that, but that's that tug of war within us. Okay. Now, but again, I think a lot of times that is part of our early development. Now, I can only base things on my experience, but I can only say that as you start discovering more about yourself, though, as you start figuring out your life, and of course, as you get wiser, get a little older, yeah, a little older, like we do, things don't things start tapering down. Things get more peaceful. These forces don't start tearing you up like they used to. I can honestly say that. So, if anybody going through this right now in your life, you got to understand that these are growing pains. These are moments that you have to face, that you have to uh, go through. Basically, you have to, just endure them because it's going to make you whole in the long run. Basically, is what I'm saying. It's okay. It's because but these are all part of your growing moments, your forging moments. And I've said this before as well, but not to say you reach a point you never do, because even just recently, that was in a state. I was pulled back into a strange funk a few times in the last couple weeks, but it didn't seem like they lasted long. Like I'm like, wow, what is this? Where am I? Well, I felt like I was at stage one all over again. Like everything I've ever, sometimes you feel like you're thrown right back on stage one, and you wonder, where am I? I thought I was past this stuff. I thought I was done with this. No, not too. Heard you speaking manospheric stuff. Oh, hey, Vamp. Hey, I see Personality Pill is out there. We have Jethro out there. Vamp is out there. Good morning, evening. Hey, Tom in the Infj Experience. Hope you're feeling a little better. Yes, thank you, Vamp Fox. I was very exhausted yesterday. I wasn't like ill. I was just drained. I don't know exactly what it was. I was very tired, very exhausted. In fact, I woke up this morning. I got up and I kind of did my thing. And then I got on the computer and I was just trying to do a few things. And I just right here in this chair. I mean, I just put my head back for a minute. And it just seemed like I woke up 2 hours later. I'm like, what happened? I just fell asleep. I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, I must have needed it. That was today. That was today. I'm like, yeah, I need some sleep here. Um, heard you speaking manospheric stuff. Oh, when you say like man, you mean like red pill stuff? We talking about that, Billy? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I tend to follow some of that. I watch some of those some of the red pill stuff here and there. And I got subscriptions on that. But every so often, I I might say things or things come out every so often. But anyway, though, people, that's where we are at this point. Is that yeah, we have these. But that's one of the uniquenesses of our personality. But now, listen, even if we were more common, let's say INFJs were a little more common out there, like Billy said, it still wouldn't matter. We still have a very complex personality that needs fine tuning, that needs an owner's manual in a sense. Yeah, I mean, we still need that. We need to figure ourselves out sometime, and we need to know that we have support out there. Basically, other people that have this, that just talk about it and just have been through it and say, "Yeah, that's typical. This is your life, and there's really not much you can actually do with that other than let it be." Like the Beatles said, "Let it be." Well, they were talking about something else, but you gotta let it be. You gotta let those. Sometimes the confusion as it's going, as things are going through your mind and you're looking for answers, you can't expect an immediate answer. When you're trying to search your mind, search your soul, and you're in one of these states, and you're trying to say, "Why me? Why this? What's going on?" Sometimes you can't expect the immediate answer. You just have to kind of weather that storm. Okay. I mean, you're batting down the hatches and just try to stay dry, try to stay warm, stay out of the wind, figuratively, in your mind and your soul. And you have to bear down the hatches and just deal with it. Okay. And bear with it and let the tears flow if they have to. Let the let the heartaches happen. I mean, don't look for escapes. You're facing this for a reason. See, too many times people get these in their life. I mean, when they think that they run from it. They end up taking antidepressant drugs, or they drink, or they do things to mask the struggles of their insides, and it's all called depression. We've based our entire society on escaping our own depressions, taking like drugs to alter the dopamines, alter the neuron chemicals reaction in our brain. So they're not firing as much. We're putting chemicals into our brain trying to alter that so we don't feel so depressed. And this is the world's answer. I mean, not only, but my point is that these are conflicts within us that we have to face. These are growing. These are growing moments, spiritual moments within us that we are meant to face. Okay, and you have to kind of look at it as that. All right, but again, that's why only the strongest warriors actually can come out of this, because so many times people give up and they run out of this. Not just INFJs, that we all have this conflict to an extent in our own different ways. I mean, I think different personality types have a conflict within themselves in different ways. I mean, I think an extroverted personality type has a different form of conflict within them. Okay. Um, I think the fact is that, I mean, being that they're extroverted, I think their conflict may be that, you know, they I think they're always looking for that, being that they're extroverted, that they need other people to kind of stimulate them, to excite them in a sense. Now, their conflict may be internal. They may feel lonely and all that, but it may not be the same kind of conflict that we have. An introverted intuitive has a different type of a conflict. It's a deeper, more introverted soul, like a soul searching kind of a conflict that might be deeper than somebody that's more extroverted. All right. I mean, it's hard to even describe because this is the only type I am, but I just know that their struggles they tend to be different. Okay. But I think we all do have these struggles to an extent. Okay. We are prone to bouts of depression. So we do need to be a bit careful with that. Yes, we are definitely. I have a hot take. I think INFJs are God chosen and we feel things of the whole world. I don't think any other personality type feels the things of the world like we do. Okay. Yeah. So in other words, we're taking on a lot of the pains of the world in a sense. We're kind of absorbing a lot of what that's very deep what you said there, Jethro, personality pillow, because um, being that we're natural empaths and on small scales, yeah, we tend to pick up people's emotions in the vicinity that we're in, and we can pick them up in small scales, as you know. But now you're talking about like a large scale, like as a whole, as a collective, and in some way, INFJs, being that they're perceptive and they're empathic in that way, that looking at news events, looking at the way things are presented, looking at like some of the world history, the bad events that go on, whatever it might be, it affects us. Yes, of course it does. Of course. Um, it gives us a glimpse into like different types of human nature. And occasionally it even makes me say, when I thought I've seen it all, something else happens and say, well, now I've saw it all, you know? It's like it never amazes you the depths of that the human nature is willing to go sometimes. Yeah, with their rationality. But you're right, we're absorbing that as a whole, as a as a type. We absorb these things. You're absolutely right, and I think that it just makes us much more vulnerable in a lot of ways. But all we can do at that point that is deal with it the best way we can. Now, honestly, maybe the way I deal with it is that I have no choice but to intentionally spend a lot of time alone, intentionally have limited contact with people. Now I have to get out in the world and do my thing. I got to work. I got bills to pay. I got groceries to go. I got things to do. Of course, I mean, I'm not like can't shut out from the world. You got to interact. Of course, we do. But I think there's so many times in our we have no choice but to separate ourselves too. You know, pull ourselves back from the rest of the world and just have our own safe zone, I guess you can call it, our own sanctuary. I've had to build my house like that. Now, I didn't literally build my house, but my house now is, I mean, I'm in a kind of a small town here up in New Hampshire, as you know. You know, I'm from New Hampshire, and I'm in this real nice rural town, and I'm miles away from the nearest big city. And yeah, I just, I get, I'm out in the country, a lot of trees, a lot of woods, a lot of streams up here, beautiful areas. And I need that. I need that. I have to be like out in that. So, but it's peaceful. But I'm drawn to that. And I think a lot of us are like that. I guarantee we're all like that. We have to have our own little sanctuary that we can go. And it's got to be our own home. It's our own uh, place where we can not feel the weight and the burden of the world. Okay. We need some relief every so often. Okay. So again, Jethro, like you said, if we are absorbing all that in the world, there's only so much we can take before we have to retreat a little bit and find that comfort, that peace within us again. Yeah, that's what we got to do sometime. Oh, we get a bunch of, I just saw a whole bunch of chats come up here. Billy the Goat, we are prone to bouts. Okay, I got that. Billy the Goat, loops are between function one and three, and people should skip out of function two so it doesn't affect different types in different ways. Okay. Okay, so we got function one and function one and two, meaning introversion and the introverted thinking. Okay, the person skips out of function two. Extrovert does affect different types in different ways. Yeah, well, not everybody's built the same ways. I mean, their function one and their function three aren't the same as our function ones, two and three as well. I mean, extroverted senses. That's our number four right there, and that's our difficult one. That's our weak one. But extroverted sensors, like ES types, that's their main one, and but that's their go-to one. So, but they're lacking. They might lack what we have. They might lack introverted intuition, that introspection. I mean, they may not look inward very often. They're always on the outside, but we have that as a dominant function. So, and of course, extroverted thinking, we're always inside thinking. So, um, but we're one of the few, I think, one of the two. I think INTJs are the only other ones built like that has that deep introspection within us. Okay. So INFJ loops, for example, in their NIFI, which can result in feeling paranoid. Yeah, I know I don't talk too much a lot about the IN uh wait, you got the INFI loop. Typically it's the INTI loop is what it is. You got the introverted thinking and the introverted intuition trying to come up with a decision. And usually the TI, which is the logic, will always start shutting down what the introverted intuition wants to do. And but then it keeps going back and forth, like it doesn't want it doesn't resolve, causing us to just keep repeating over and over again something. And so no decisions really made. So, but you're talking about an NIFI. So you got the introverted intuition and the introverted feeling for feeling paranoid. I see. So that's a loop in itself as well. Always feeling like you're not fitting in. Like things you say. I know exactly what that is because how many times do we do that where we won't say anything because we don't want to feel like we're going to say something stupid or say something to get judged for. So then we remain quiet. But then your mind says, yeah, but now I'm quiet. Now people are going to say, hey, that guy never says anything. What's wrong with him? Because he's never talking. You see? And then you start getting paranoid. Yeah. And then you awkwardly say something to break it. And you said, well, wait a minute. Now all of a sudden you really start stuttering because you're trying to just break that thing. And now you really sound like you're out of place. Like you made yourself that way. You kind of created it. You had that paranoia going. And then you just kind of you kind of almost made yourself the more awkward type at that moment by just saying something awkwardly or stuttered it out You see, so you almost created what you were afraid of doing in the beginning. Yeah, that's a good point, though. I agree that you. I agree with you that we got to be careful with depression. I unfriended two people because they always said that they are depressed and would never be positive about things. It was draining. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. I don't know what types of things you're feeling, but those I don't know what types of things you all feel, but I bet those times we fall asleep randomly. I do this probably because we have all the pressure of filling the world on such a large scale. Yeah, yeah, and sometimes it just gets us so exhausted. I mean, that I think that's really what was going on yesterday. I was so exhausted. I couldn't quite figure out what it was that was getting me, but I was just very exhausted and I needed that extra sleep. So uh the NFJ loop, NIT loop causes us depression. Oh, that's the NITI loop is depression, but the NIFI loop is more paranoia. Yeah, this guy's deep over there. Billy Goat. We talked there last week. I think was that last week or 2 weeks ago. We talked for a bit on when I had the StreamYard. We talked, and you were very deep with some of that. And I can tell you do your homework. You said you it just the way you are. It's the way you see things. Okay, and I know that. But that makes sense. That makes sense. A lot of things you say are very make a lot of sense. People don't talk about it much, but I think EF and SE loops, and I don't think many people try to study that I have been lately. So you basically say a lot of times it's these loops. We have several different type of loops because I think the one that they mainly talk about is the NITI. But you're saying that there's different ones over here. You got the SEFFE loop. So you're saying that you think there can be a possibility of different functions, even sub functions, going through back and forths. Yeah, I that's a good possibility because I think you're really talking about things that aren't usually conventionally spoken of. But yeah, that's good. Those are good points. Okay, no doubt about that. So, all right. Well, we got kind of an intimate crowd today. We got five watching. Usually there's a few more, but I think it's because this is Sunday night. We're out of our element a little bit. This is kind of a makeup day. This is like snow day yesterday. There was a blizzard. Now everything's cleaned up. Now you got to make up that day. So sometimes you're a little bit out of sorts. You know what I mean? Could be. Either that or more people come on in here in a bit, though. All right. But yeah, no, that's some interesting stuff you got there. Talking about different, multiple kind of internal loops going on. But again, I mean, this is stuff that we have to be aware of. And ever since I've discovered the fact, now this is what helped me as well. Now that I've started understanding MBTI and talking about the loops we're getting into, um, there was a couple of times after where exactly that was going on, where I started repeating in my head. I remember thinking, so that's what the repeating is. Because I remember I would just keep going back and forth with something, trying to figure it out. Almost like Rain Man with who's on first? No, what's on second? I don't know who's on third. I don't know. Remember that he had the entire skit. Remember, now that was a loop in a way. That was one of his but it was his way of recentering. If you remember, that was his way of trying to reel himself in. He would have to think about something that had no clue to it. Remember at one point, Tom Cruise's brother says, Raymond, it's not a it's a comedy skit. It's not a mathematical problem to be solved. It doesn't have it. He was trying to but it didn't matter. He kept saying it. Um so there was no way of solving it. But that's the only way I can say is that Rain Man had that in him. He was but but again, he kept going back to that as a way when he was feeling anxious and he had to recenter. He had to get himself back into his routine. He would do that whole skit that was memorized. I mean, in a sense, I think we don't have a I mean, I don't know if people we do that. I mean, that's kind of neurodivergent. That's kind of more on the spectrum. But whether or not it centers us or not, I don't know. But my point was is that since I've discovered the MBTI and since I've discovered what this is and understood what these loops were, I've actually started looking at myself repeating things, repeating a certain sequence, and I'd actually try to say, okay, where am I repeating it to? Because a lot of times the TI has a voice. It's like you can hear it trying to think, and you can hear. I mean, I can see it trying to make sense of it, put it into logic. Now the NI typically doesn't have a voice. From what I've noticed, it's not a voice at all. It's not that. It's just that it's like a swirling realm of of things. You know, like yeah, like images, pictures, uh, caricatures, little things going on in your mind that are just kind of like flashes of things, kind of trying to piece things together. There's no words there. It is irrational. It's hard to describe what that part is, but you always hear that loop though. You hear the logical TI trying to um, decipher what that is. But I know that that's the part that I hear the TI. I hear the TI part repeat. It's always I hear that voice try to come up with a repeat in there. Okay. And at that point there, when I start hearing the repeat, I have to, that's when I start watching it and say, okay, is this what they mean by the loop? Okay. I'm supposed to, I have to come up with some kind of conclusion here. I tell myself, I almost make myself either conclude something or drop it entirely. Like if it's not going to happen. I have to get out of the loop somehow. I've noticed that at this point here, I have to force myself into the decision just to get past the loop. And it's hard to describe, but I've seen that a couple of times. But usually it goes away when I finally just I have no choice but to override everything and come up with a decision. And usually the decision is on the passive side where it's I'm not going to I try to make sure I don't invest any money into something that I'm going to end up losing, things like that. If anything, I pull back and I'll say, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to hold back on buying this or purchasing that. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put the brakes on right now and say, okay, save yourself. Okay. Because I'd rather do that than spend something and have it backfire because I'm trying to make an irrational decision based on this loop that I'm going in. So usually I pull back. I pull the rug from under it. I say, all right, I'm gonna start it over again. And that's the only way I can usually get past it, you know. But then you're saying, yeah, but Tom, you're not getting anything done then. You just, but yeah, but there's a reason why you can't make the decision. There's a reason why you're stuck in this loop. And you got to remember something's you're at conflict. There's a reason why you're not even agreeing with yourself in there. Your two functions can't agree, basically. Yeah, they're at odds. And the fact that they can't agree takes a little more instead of keeping looking for more answers, which it wants to do, which it wants to keep overanalyzing, keep going back and forth. You got to shut it down sometime. Uh, when we retreat from the world, we end up cutting off FE. And because we need FE to channel how we feel, we end up not sure how to feel. Billy, that's a good point. That's something I wanted to talk to somebody out there about. Is sometimes I feel like I told you that my life has changed quite a bit, and sometimes I feel like I do that. I've been finding myself being a little bit more withdrawn from the world. Like I kind of retreat back into my that safety in my house and my safety in my world. I get my work done, I get my chores done, get my things done, and I come home and I say, all right. And part of me is content this way. But then a part of me says, yeah, but is this healthy? I mean, I've actually had videos on that a couple of months ago, how healthy this is can we thrive in solitude? And there's a video, and it was actually a pretty good one that I put out. And but I asked that very question. At some point, are we supposed to force ourselves out of these? I mean, are we supposed to purposely seek out um, connection, purposely, like deliberately put ourselves out there? Or are we supposed to, uh, I mean, just do what we feel is right? But the thing is, I mean, that's what I mean. I just, then I tell myself, yeah, but I really don't need to do that. I feel like I don't need to. Like I don't need to run out there and make connections just because, you know? I mean, that's when I start going off and I drift off to a bar. I'll go to a restaurant. I sit at the bar and I'm just kind of absorbing emotions, just trying to absorb things and people around me, just trying to hear conversations, you know? That's all. So I mean, I do get myself out there. I mean, I kind of stay quiet a bit. I don't make a lot of scenes or anything, but that's all. The 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 bull pack sounds a bit more like a micro INFJ door slam. Oh, what are we talking about? What is a bull pack? When we retreat from the world, we end up cutting. Okay, I saw that. What when we consciously know we work on everything in our personality, we get stronger. Just like working out, your body gets stronger. Your personality gets stronger with conscious work. Absolutely, absolutely, Jethro. Of course it does. Darius creation is a hey, Darius came in the house. When my mind argues against doing something, it takes I take it as a sign to get up and get out and do at least one productive thing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, like build a new contraption, I'll bet, right? Do you go, hey, Darius, when you do that, do you go down into your lab and come up with a whole new invention of yours? Is that your productive thing? Hey, I would think so. Yeah, that sounds like something Darius would say right there. He's a doer. Darius, you're very much a hands-on guy. You know, so so you tell yourself if you're in that loop, you don't just shut things down. You just make it happen. You just do something, right? I see you, see me. Hello, everyone. Hi, E. That we have, yes, Darius and I see you. Hello. Our isolation is not just for peace; it's also for our safety. Hey, very good one. Yes, I think it's safety of our emotional integrity as well. I mean, our solitude is for we take for granted, and people may take for granted our how fragile we can be. I think I do. Sometimes I tell myself I don't have it. I mean, I've outgrown it. That I could face anybody. I can be in the toughest part of town, and I'm fine, and I'm not afraid of anybody. And I do. I mean, I have no choice but to work out at midnight, so I have to put myself out in these areas at night. But I mean, I feel like I don't have a fear of that. But when it all comes down to it, all this, all this, whatever you're doing to put on the mask, the brave front, the armor, your suit of armor in a sense, it's draining. It's draining to have that as well. Now, I'm not saying I have the bad guys everywhere just lurking around every corner, but still you have to be on guard. You're working at night, you're trying to you're in customer yards and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's constantly dangerous. I'm not saying that, but it's just but you're always putting yourself out there. But the thing about it being dangerous, yeah, I think deep down we are very we have a fragility about us that we tend to forget, that we can be. I mean, emotionally, that whole sensitivity part. Now it hardens up. It gets kind of glossed over. It gets very shielded, guarded, and we have a way of protecting that and having it. And it's usually and it is true, but it's still there. That sensitivity is always there. And at times, if we're overwhelmed and we reach a breaking point, that sensitivity will come out. If we get overwhelmed, if we get overexhausted, get overly complicated, we start breaking it down, and that starts bleeding out of our protection. So that's a very good point you got there. Uh, I randomly have to go out and mingle, and I enjoy it, and it's the balance we INFJs have have being the most extroverted of all the introverts. Yeah, that's part of our whole idea. That whole idea of the FE, the third function is the FE. You got to figure that's an extroverted function right there. Being that we're highly introverted, it kind of, but that's a paradox though. That's that's a major paradox within our first three functions. Okay. First, yeah, yeah, two functions, two, three functions, a major paradox that goes on. But that's where we have to find ways of just making sure we don't, we find balance in that and don't overcomplicate things. Let my inner child lead. If if I encounter trouble, my shadow kicks in and guards me like an angry wolf. Then the problem tends to walk away. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's what happens. Yeah, that's another thing. I think sometimes I hear all you people say that you have a certain ferocious side about you. You have a certain, like sometimes the media says that INFJs are so sensitive, and they focus on that. But then there's also that part that, and again, it's a polarity. It's a contradictive quality as well. The overly ruthless side of the INFJ. I mean, very cunning, and like I said, like that wolf that you just said, Darius. Yeah, and they had the ability to door slam somebody. Think about how brutal that is, just to shut somebody completely out of your life. Like, I mean, somebody you might have been very close with, to shut the door on them. That's brutal. That's brutality to most other peoples can't fathom anybody getting to that point. Believe me, that's something that is devastates people. We don't, but we think nothing of it. That's our protection. That's our. We just do this when we have to. I mean, we don't like to do it. I don't enjoy that. I don't think any of us enjoy doing that. But we know the border, the limit has been pushed, and we've been pushed into having to do that. You're right, but that's the paradoxical, ruthless side of an INFJ, being that ultra sensitive, empathic, nurturing type, whatever it is, but then being that ruthless, cunning, cold, calculated as well. Okay. Uh, like my ex girlfriend did. Oh yeah, I think you said something about that, Darius. About yeah, something about your ex girlfriend. Yeah, I can't remember the whole story. That's why you moved down to New Orleans, right? Down to Louisiana from New York. That was one of them. I knew you had said you had talked about your story about that. I do remember. She did what I did to others, and I'm okay with her being her now. Okay. Well, as long as you're better off if you're happy now that you had to do what you did. That's a good thing. That's good. I mean, sometimes we got to do that. I mean, it's coming up on my five. It's coming up on 5 years that I had to separate from my wife. Actually, next week we separated. Like in early July one year. I think it was in 21 is when I walked out. Yeah, so I'm in New Orleans not because of her. Opportunity gave me the house. Okay, that's it. Of course, it wasn't just because of her. You got you got a house out there. Yeah. And of course, you had to move out of New York State. We talked about that too. New York is not a it's not a very sensible state right now to live in right now, is it? Yeah. Well, we talked about it's kind of like a blue state with very high taxes, regulations, things like that. And New York is very much one of those. So somebody sent a pushing the heart button. I see little hearts floating up there. Who did that, huh? Hearts. Somebody must have loved what I had to say over there, huh? New York is a place to get taxed to death and die trying to own a home. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Hey, again, like I said, most states down south, there's a few of them out there. The good majority of them are states like that you can at least have a life down there. But hey, again, there's a lot of demographic shifts going on in the world as well because of the fact that a lot of these states have gotten so let's say oppressive to people that they can't make a living anymore. They're working to pay taxes and regulations, so they leave. But then again, you got other states that are more accommodating. Okay. Hey, like I said, I'm in New Hampshire, at least. I'm in one of these states. It's one of the states tucked up here in the Northeast, and I'm surrounded by every state around is a blue state. I mean, New Hampshire is kind of a it's purpley. It's kind of half red, half blue. You know what I mean? But there's no state sales tax. There's no federal. There's no income tax. I mean, there's certain qualities and things like that coming up here. Okay, they get some of the regulations are a little bit less stringent up here as well. So I think the wolf comes out to be out because we work hard on ourselves and we try to help the people around us. And when they shame us or just when they try to help us, trigger us, it brings out the ferociousness. Yeah. Oh, okay. If you're trying to help them out and they kind of slap your hand down, in other words, they don't see that you're trying to, you know, and yeah, and they're not taking it. Yeah. Jethro's spot on. I believe that. Yeah. Oh, hey, you want to hear a funny story? This just happened this afternoon. Funny thing happened, right? I'm at the supermarket. Go figure. All right. And I'm just routinely getting my groceries out the store, you know. Now I go to the same grocery store around the same time, same place. So I see a lot of the people that work there, a lot of the help that work there. Okay. And usually you get to see them. And, but I mean, I'm kind of quiet. I stay to myself, I do my thing. Well, anyway, I'm walking in the aisle and there's this girl. She's been there. I've seen her before. I've seen her. She's been there a couple of years, you know. And so hey, good. Hey, Justin's in the house. How you doing, Justin? But anyway, back to my story. No, she's stocking shelves, and this kid walks past her. You know, a younger kid. She was a little bit older, and he said, "Hi, how you doing?" Called her name, whatever it was, like Crystal or whatever. Hi, Crystal. You look tired today. Are you okay? Like he was concerned, like trying to, like just asking. I'm trying to mind my business now. They were close enough where I heard the whole conversation. And it was only like maybe 30 seconds where they're going back and forth. And she's like, yeah, well, I didn't get much sleep last night. She was just coming up with some of her reasons why she looked tired. And I was just thinking that I was putting it out of my mind. I was kind of half hearing it, but not really wanting to care I was because it was just chit chat. Okay, but my story gets us that now the kid walked away. He walked away, kept going, right? And then she says to me, I don't know her that well. I've seen her in the store many times over the years. So she's been there a while. She says to me, there's certain things you don't say to a lady. And he shouldn't have said that. And I said, excuse me? He just said, you look tired. Certain things you just don't say to a lady. I can't believe you said that. I'm like, um, what did I say? I mean, well, I thought, don't we want to tell people the truth? Maybe he was just concerned you look tired or something. And he was just being truthful. Yeah, but he shouldn't have said that. I'm like thinking, and then basically I was just thinking how now at this point I just said, hey, don't worry about it. I didn't really get too much into it. And I basically was trying to say, yeah, well, you're worrying over nothing right here. So a kid tells you you look a little tired, more out of concern, like, hey, you look like you had a busy night. Are you okay? It wasn't like he's trying to cut you down, but it just made me think of how, one little thing like that you're gonna let it ruin your day. It's not like he told you you were, he didn't say anything bad to you. He just was concerned you look tired. And she took it like it was something like he was way out of line for saying it, you know? And I just told her, right. I mean, I was more like, I'm just a customer passing through, and she's trying to put it on me, like, hey, did you hear that? The guy said that. I'm like, yeah, so like, I'm thinking to myself, what do I say to this? So I just told her, I says, honestly, don't worry about it. I mean, like as if it's that trivial. And then as I was walking away, I heard her saying, like, either to some other customers that were walking near there too, like, look at him, he doesn't even care or something. I'm like, as I was walking away, I'm like, is she talking about me now? Like, now is that gonna bother her that I just told her, "Don't worry about it?" Really quick just to be so, like, miserable about anything, just a random customer that's wanting to move on. I didn't so I heard her say that. "Hey, look, he doesn't even care." Like, yeah, you get that right. I mean, like, because I told her to get over it. I don't know, some little things like that, you know? And I just wonder why people are so fragile with with things that get said, you know? I mean, what is she gonna do now? Call HR and say, "Hey, this guy, he made an inappropriate comment. He said I look tired." I mean, well, what are you gonna imagine doing that, right? Yeah, because you said she looked tired. Somehow that's inappropriate now. You can't say these things. Yeah. It's a wonder why random guys don't wanna talk to women anymore. It's like anything you say is gonna get you in trouble. Even just stupid little things like that, you know? Should have asked if her mattress was old. Oh, yeah, Darius, I know what you're getting at. Yeah, maybe she was tired because she was, let's say, busy the night before. I thought of that. I thought that's a good possibility. She looked like the party type who liked to, stay up late, stay out late, and maybe get some mattress action. Hey, I wasn't gonna judge that, but it's funny you said that, but I was thinking the same thing, you know? But now that's offensive though. But the bottom line is, just being concerned about somebody looking tired can be can just get somebody all bent out of shape about it, you know? So I slept like a I sleep like a weirdo, so I say it's myself when I look ragged in the mirror. You sleep like a weirdo. How do you sleep like a weirdo? What does that mean? I don't know how how do you sleep like a weirdo? Come on. Now we're getting steered into a rabbit hole here now. You're gonna have to explain yourself now, Darius. How do you sleep like a weirdo? Uh, my mind's going in some strange places trying to decipher that now. Blaiskin, hey Tom, good to see you in there, Blaiskin. How are you, sir? I've had a female friend who would take offense to looking like crap, but I didn't see the deal. Oh, if you tell her, hey, you look like crap, and she'd take offense or something. Yeah. Yeah. I sleep 2 times a day for about 4 hours at a chunk. Oh, okay. So that's what it is? So you split up instead of sleeping 8 hours in one sleep, you divide it into 2 sleeps. Does you think that's a weird way of sleeping? I don't know. Is that what you think makes you a weirdo sleep? I don't know. That's not too bad. I mean, if that's how your body system is, hey, listen, as long as you can, if it's working for you, okay, and you're able to do that on your schedule, all right, and somehow it's not causing any ill side effects or any like health benefits or any health detriments, I should say, then that's fine, right? So hello, Vampy. Blaze calls you Vampy. That's so funny. See, this is the little camaraderie I was talking about right here. See, I actually love that when when I look at the chat, and everybody's kind of talking to each other and chatting amongst each other. I mean, that's probably one of the that warms my heart because of the community we have right here. You know what I mean? Hello, Billy. Howdy, Blazkin. Billy the goats out there. What's up, Jethro? Darius, exactly. Uh, exactly. What do you call this? Darius got that B sleep. Is that an actual word? It feels natural to me and it gets stuff done. Tom, can I ask you a question, please? Been thinking all day. Well, ask your question there, Blazkin. All right. How was your week? I'm kind of working for myself. So the boss, it's easy in the sleep schedule. Nice. Nice. That's good. You're working for yourself, Darius. That's good. Yeah. So, Vamp, it's been all right. Okay, I'm waiting for your question there, Blaiskin. All right, I'm looking to see what you got there. Be fastic, 2 phases. Okay, that's what That's what that means, to sleep your befastic phases then. That's interesting. That is interesting. Hey, I kinda think I feel like I had one of those today at myself. Let me see if I can activate my camera. Oh, there it is. Hey, all right, okay. Is it gonna move around a little bit? Okay, now my camera. I think I got my camera. There we go. All right. I just want to make sure my camera still had the ability to follow me around a little bit here, you know. No, but back to what I was saying. I think I had one of those be fastic phases in sleep. Maybe it wasn't quite that. Maybe it was more like a third. I broke it up into thirds. Like last night, I slept a little bit, and then I wake up, and then, like I said, this afternoon, I went and did a couple things on the computer. I was going to try to do a little bit of work here. You know, look at the OBS and try to learn. You know how to do the whole thing. Now that's and then sometimes I've noticed too. I start getting tired. I start to try to focus. Sitting in front of a computer is kind of a detriment to me, unless I'm talking, you know. But then I fell asleep, so I thought, well, I needed the sleep. So here I is. You know, I got my sleep. You know, I slept a full night, and then I still needed more. I told you I was exhausted, so then I had to sleep more. So I just, but I felt like I needed extra. So I don't know if you could call that biphasic. I think it was more like. Hmm, Can you divide that into other fractions? Like a third, and does it always have to be just half? Can it be like a try? Like we could. No, I'm only kidding. I'm not going to go that deep. All right. So, Billy the goat, nice catching up with you all. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Billy. Speaking of sleep, I got to get some sleep and get off to sleep. Oh, that's right. Well, Billy the goat, you're from London, England, over there, sir. If he's still out there. Yeah, it's 9:11 my time, Eastern time. It's 9:11. I believe out in London, it's like 2 in the morning out there. At least they're like 7 hours ahead of us, and I'm talking Eastern Standard Time. So then, so anybody in the Western time zones, he's even it's even later for him. So I get that. So Genesis, how are you? We got Genesis out there. Blaiskin, I've been off for the past few days, but got quite a bit of exercise today, and I feel way more calm and regulated. Uh, that's interesting. I have never heard of that. Now that I get naps during the day and I feel run down on a bunch of things. Mood, mind, physical. Okay, Darius. Sleep cycle is about a sleep cycle runs about an hour and a half. So 1.5 hours, 4.5 hours of sleep are ideal. Otherwise, you can wake in REM and be tired. Hey, you know what? That's interesting that you said that. Now, maybe that's a good remedy. Um, Typically, INFJs, especially introvert, our type, we struggle with insomnia. I have been for years. That's another thing that was a big trigger to me when I find out that INFJs typically have sleep trouble. I mean, our mind goes so much. We get into REM cycles, and we're interrupted quite a bit. Our own mind interrupts ourselves, and we're awoken out. I go through this. I've had bouts where I only get like a whole night's sleep, maybe once every 2 weeks, where I could sleep the whole night through. And all the other times I'm waking up in the middle of my sleep and I'm thinking about stuff. I end up scrolling on my phone. And then I say, yeah, but I need sleep. I got to get back to sleep, but I don't feel like I got to. And then sometimes I shut my eyes and go back to sleep. So we're insomniacs. So maybe this is actually something that maybe is beneficial to us. Okay, I just thought of that, but because we have that insomnia anyway, you're probably only sleeping 4 hours a day. You get up, and then maybe a few hours later, if you can, you sleep again. That might be exactly what we need. You know, again, it all factors into the fact as if you can manage that on a schedule, on what you do for living, on your work schedule, on how you work and how you function. Okay, but that might be not, that might be a pretty good thing you got going on there, Darius. Actually, okay. Hey, maybe I could bring that up. I don't know. Now you got me thinking, coming up with a video, you know? Call it that. Uh, Blaziken. Tom, 100% do the exact same thing. Okay, so Jethro, you do. I think you told me that before. You talked about sometimes you have issues with sleep every so often, Jethro. Yeah, I think we talked about that, and sometimes you have to kind of split up your sleep schedule a little bit. Sometimes I feel like I could do that, but sometimes I end up getting early. I'll get up early sometimes. I feel like it's uncomfortable. Like I might get up and I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, I still have another 4 hours schedule of sleep before I get my 7, 8 hours of sleep, whatever it is. I go anywhere from 6 to 8 hours sleep, right? And but sometimes I just feel so uncomfortable laying there. Like I can't get myself comfortable. I mean, I have to prop myself up. I can't sleep on my side anymore because I pinch nerves. I pinch nerves at my arms and stuff. I can't even sleep comfortable anymore most of the time. As I get older, things have been happening, and sometimes I'm just not even comfortable. So I get up and I end up just drinking more coffee and trying to sleep a different, like a little bit more hours, maybe the next day. So, but maybe zonking out before I go to work might be a good idea. But again, it doesn't always work for me that way. All right, Blaziken, Genesis is funny enough. I said a piece in the woods. A place in the woods I haven't been to in a while. Blaze, I usually have feel a little better after a mine. Can't be there. There aren't none of those around for me. All right, just reading some of your comments out here. Get up and do some cleaning, and then try to nap before sunrise. Yeah. Well, now we have somebody new in the house. RH dash TK7. So that is a brand new name I've never seen. I want to welcome you to the broadcast here. I don't know if I'm an INFP or an INFJ. Okay, so you're not even sure. I'm addressed RH. I'm gonna call you RH. Okay, as a nickname. Okay. Thank you. Uh, yes, I understand. Must be hard sleeping in an old body. Yeah, I notice the older I get, it is. I have a very difficult time getting comfortable nowadays, and just trying to stay like keep my back aligned, keep my spine aligned, and a neck. Or I wake up and my hand is like on fire from nerves pinching, sleeping off. Yeah, and then I have to walk around a little bit, try to get my things aligned. It's not good. RH, welcome. I'm not a 9FJ either, but everyone is welcome here. Yeah. Yeah, right. You don't have to always be. I mean, not everybody is actually that, but you're not sure if you have you ever taken a test? And if so, what brings you to this something drew you in? I would imagine you're an introverted intuitive, and you probably are in some kind of an agreement with the way our mind works a little bit. Same here, Tom. Shoulder trouble, uh, shoulder troubles too. I'll bet. Oh, yes, yes. I got troubles with the shoulder, and I do. Yes, and I think it's just from the years I've worked. I mean, just some of the injuries I've had over the years in my job. Uh, Different things have happened over the years. I mean, I've actually was knocked unconscious one time by a tire explosion. I don't know if I've ever told you that story, people, but I had a tire explode on me about I mean, I've had my legs broken. I've had a rod put in my right leg. I've had a lot of like physical injuries from my job from before. But one time I had a tire like actually zipper, like the sidewall just like opened up. They call it a zipper rupture because it looks just like like that. And luckily it was on the inside part of the it didn't in other words, the wind did not hit me. It was just a percussion, but it knocked me unconscious. I had a concussion. I had to go to the hospital and get a CAT scan. I was literally knocked out for a few seconds. I woke up seeing stars, and I had no memory. I had amnesia for I don't know, good half hour of my time. I didn't even know where I was. I couldn't remember anything. I remember some like other mechanic was in the yard. It was in a trailer yard. A tire went off, just doing some tire work. And the next thing I just remember waking up and looking up, and there was this other mechanic asking me like, "Hey, are you okay? You all right?" He was checking on me, and I says, "Where am I?" He says, "Oh, you're at poultry yard. This is just a yard that was in where I was. We're doing some work." And I'm like, "What? What am I doing here?" He said, "You're doing work. You're changing tires, and you put tires on this truck, and you put tires on this one." He's pointing at all these different trailers I put all the tire work on. I says, "Are you sure?" Now I'm looking around. I had no memory. I mean, my memory was gone completely, and I felt like talk about the twilight zone. I mean, it was like waking up in the twilight zone, seeing stars, having no memory who I was. And then so I kept asking questions. He kept telling me, you work for this company, and then but the funny thing is, after about 10 minutes, maybe, I'm only guessing it was about 10 minutes, maybe it was more or less than that. But things started flooding in, like rebooting a computer, turning on a whole terminal again, and the computer reboots, and all of a sudden windows start popping up. Well, memories started coming back to me. Like my after this percussion, the mind, my head was, basically shut down. All the neurons were just scrambled in there. But once it settled down and it rerouted, it started coming back to life. And all of a sudden, I started having memories. Oh, yeah, I work for this company. Oh, I know where I am. Oh, yeah. At one point, I even asked what month it was because I saw a snowbank outside. I mean, I saw snow. I said, "What month is this?" And he said, "Oh, it's March." So I remember it was March, but otherwise, I didn't even know what month it was, literally. So, but then images started coming back. Flashes of images came back to me. And the funny thing is, all of a sudden, I remembered I had a wife, I had a son at home, and I had a little family at home. And then I thought, oh my gosh, my family, the memories of my family came back to me, and I even forgot them within couple of seconds. Now, this is back when I was married. This is back when I was, somewhat, I was close with the wife, closer than we are now, obviously. So I ended up calling her up and I had to tell her what happened. I says, "Hey, this happened, So I ended up getting a CAT scan. I had to go to the hospital. They just wanted to make sure. They said I had a concussion, had a bruise in the brain, and all that, and gave me the rest of the week off. Told me not to don't do a lot of thinking. Told it literally. The doctor told me, don't do a lot of thinking right now. Don't make any big, decisions. Don't make any big like important decisions, life decisions right now. Make sure your brain heals." I said, "Oh, okay." So yeah, but anyway, that was the time I lost my consciousness. But that job was like that. So my bottom line is part of the. I've often wondered too if like during that blast did I do something to my neck? Was that part of the delayed reaction years later? And I had nerve problems, had neurological problems with nerves, pinches, and things like that, and shoulders. I didn't know. I didn't know if that had something to do with it or not. Uh, Tom, did you see my question earlier? I was looking for your question earlier there, Blaiskin. Hold on. Let's scroll back up here. Let's Blaiskin, Jethro. Let's see. I had a question to ask here, huh? I'm looking for did anybody see all right, was it after we said something about RH's RH coming into the chat? Just curious. Vampy, did anybody happen to see Blazkin's I was looking for your question there, Blaze, and you were talking to everybody else. You were kind of having conversations, and I'm still looking at things like that. All right. So Tom, how can I know when I am really BC? Um, I don't know much of anything. So Tom, how can I know who I am really? Oh, BC, I don't know much of anything. Oh, if that's your question, is that it? You want to know basically? Listen. What do you mean you don't know anything, Blaiskin? What are you? You're a kid, aren't you? What are you? 17, 18 years old? Huh? Um, you listen. I mean, you say you don't know much of anything. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But the thing is now you're in a good position because usually sometimes you sometimes the teenagers think they start getting just opposite that. You're over here saying you don't know much of anything and you know your limitations. Okay. But a lot of times, and I was like this, I think most of us are like this. You reach a certain age in your life and you start going into your cross between your into your adulthood from childhood. And sometimes we get a little full of ourselves at that age. Now, um, typically, I mean, there's a lot of teenage rebellion goes on because they think they know more than their parents. They start basically not believing their parents. They'll start believing their friends and other people more than their parents because they think they know everything because they're entering into that rebellious point of their life. Because most of their life, you are subject to your parents. You're subject to your surroundings, and your parents are your whole world. They're the ones that are expressing their opinions on you. They're building you, shaping you, molding you into who you are. And now there's a natural proclivity to you to want to branch off from that. Now, sometimes it comes out as being like a hostily rebellious. Well, you ever see Rebel Without a Cause? Remember that movie? James Dean. You're tearing me apart. Remember that whole scene? He had the dramatic scene. Well, it was all about him. It was all basically about that teenage angst. I don't know. He was trying to find himself, but he was all confused and everything. And but he was basically calling his parents like they didn't know anything, and they were basically he was looking for answers from his parents, and they just weren't there for him. But all I can say is that you're entering a point in your life too, where you're confused a little bit. We go through a point in our life where right around 17, 18, 19 years old, everything starts happening at the same time. Your intellect starts to change. You're coming out of, let's say, childhood, and you're entering more into adulthood. So your mind is starting to change. You're starting to think things more rationally, more logically. And not only that, hormones. You literally are going to start being governed by things that are awakening within you. Certain like glands, certain hormones. I mean, gosh, you start growing body hairs. You start growing facial hairs. I mean, there's changes go on. That's why you get acne. I mean, usually, typically around that age, that's what acne comes from, is because you're changing completely. And so these changes in life also don't just affect you physically, but they also start to come out in emotionally and intellectually as well. They start kind of interfering because think about it. Hormones start changing, kicking in, and you're going to start experiencing a lot of these things as well. Okay. But as far as not knowing anything, you're right. You don't know everything, but this is your time to start to compile everything. This is your mind trying to make a history. There's not a lot of history that you can revert back to except for childhood memories. Okay, you don't have a lot of that history. Now you have to use some of these childhood memories, some of these childhood learnings as far as going forward. But now you're having to enter a whole new phase of making decisions, adult decisions. You're very close to being that adult, and yeah. But listen, I think bottom line is you have to just make sure that um, you have to just at this point here, whatever it is you're going to do for work. I think I've talked to you about this before. I think you've asked a similar question. You basically just have to make sure you get a decent job. Listen, going to work every day and being prosperous and having a function, having a duty, a purpose, and having a job will do a lot for you as well. It'll build your character. But the thing is, too, I mean, work can kind of, pardon the word, work can suck at times. Okay, sometimes things don't happen. Work work can be monotonous. Work can be repetitive. But but you still got to do it. Okay, you can't just keep quitting jobs and getting another job. You got to stay with it. And you got to find a job that you like to do, something that you will master, something that you have pride in doing. And you know what I mean? Even if it's I mean, it might just not might it might not seem like it's much to anybody else, but as long as you're good at what you do and it's paying you well and you like doing it, like you said something about being an electrician. Very that's a really good job. That's a high paying job, and they're on high demand, especially good ones. So, but you'd be amazed on how just maintaining a good career, a big good job, and going to work every day it'll give you a sense of pride and accomplishment too. It'll just give you a sense of duty. Excuse me, people. I think I need a drink of water here. Okay. Yeah, but don't worry that you don't know anything. This is your moment to learn about things. Okay. That's all. That's all. Just listen. Just relax, relax, and just. But bottom line is, make sure you don't start going down dark areas. You know, just don't get involved in people that are going to be soul sucking and conditional and things like that. You know, just don't get mixed up in the wrong crowd. Yeah, and just remember, women, what getting involved with women. Women are like fire. Okay, a woman can be if you keep a nice cozy fire, she'll warm you. She'll warm you. You have cook a nice meal, keep your house warm and all that. But if things get out of control and that fire starts to spread, that fire can consume your entire house and burn your house down and take you along with it. So you're dealing with fire, okay? But you got to make sure contain that fire and keep it warm. Keep it to that um, containable part, okay? All right, I don't want to get too much of talking about that right now, but yeah, just make sure. Well, and don't be so quick to get married either. Be very, very cautious. Don't be so quick to get married, especially this day and age. Okay. All right. That's all. My teeth mesh like gears now, and my TMJ is now gone. So I'm okay with the results, even though I preferred old skull dimensions. Oh gosh, get TMJ as well, huh? I think I think I grind my teeth at night as well. Uh, okay. So what else do we got here? Hey, we got 14 out there. So okay, having a job can be pain, but it can also be keeps you grounded. Plus, if you learn a trade, you can leave and go somewhere else. And if you get sick of it, you don't stay in the same place all the time. Yeah, that's true. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you want to make sure that you expand out. You know, there's entry level jobs that you have to do, and then of course, there's other jobs that you have to find something that you're good at doing. I kind of stuck with just doing blue collar work. I mean, I just knew it was. I got kind of comfortable. I mean, I probably could have done more than just be a tire man, but I got to the point where it was. I mean, it was good. It was good for me physically because I was in very, very good shape. I was strong as a bull. I was strong as an ox, and I got very good at what I did. I was actually very knowledgeable on it as well. Had uh, is there something wrong with my mind? Why would you ask that, Blaze? What's wrong? Uh, Blaze can stick with that. Don't let anyone convince you need to do otherwise. Okay, did I miss something about that, Blaze? All right. Now, all right. Okay, where are we? Hello, George. Hello. Oh, hello. We got Honey Rose out there. My people three. Hello there, Honey Rose. Hi, Foxy. Vamp Fox, I would think. Just checking some of your comments. But Tom, it's an existential question I meant. Oh, existential. I never quite figure out what your questions are about. You say something about existential. What exactly does that mean? Are you talking about spiritually not knowing yourself? Okay, existentially. Now listen, not knowing things is not a bad thing sometimes because there's so many times I think we're left out in the out in the dark, trying to feel our way out there. You ever feel like, existential? If you want to go with that avenue, I'm talking spiritually about within your soul. I think a good majority of our life, we're not getting answers, and we want to know answers to our what makes us tick, what makes our mind tick, why are we here, who made us, why are we here, what's our purpose. Yeah, these are those existential questions we ask a lot of times, and sometimes we don't always get the answers. We don't always get these answers right away. Now you're thinking you're not knowing anything because in that moment you're not getting the answers you're looking for in that precise moment. You got to give it time. When you are ready to understand these questions to be revealed to you is when you will get these questions. These answers will come to you. Okay? They'll just happen. But you got a lot of growing to do. I mean, you got a long ways to go. And but sometimes it's okay just to not have an answer to things and think you're supposed to know everything in that moment because they will happen when you're ready to know them. Okay. And I think that's one of the reasons why. I mean, one time I asked that very question, but I had to learn where does my answer come from? For one thing, you have to understand and learn how God talks to us. Listen, I'm going to believe that most of us in this audience have a relationship with their deeper side, with God. I know that I because this audience is very spiritual, I think, and I think INFJs we happen to be spiritual. We're kind of I've said it before. We almost are even INTPs. I mean, I'm sure introverted, intuitive types. We're spiritual because, in a sense, we have nowhere else to turn. When you're in the depths in the loneliness of your mind, where do you go? And you're trying to find answers, and you can't turn to the world. You have to turn inward, and you have to look to the depths of your own inner sanctuary for these answers. So, who's left? Your creator. Who built you? Well, first of all, you will start asking, are you real? Did you make me? Was I created by somebody, something? Or was I just, you know, evolved? And then your mind start telling you, I had to have been created because my mind is deeper than this. At some point, you got to ask these questions. Now you're going to wrestle with this as part of your growth of who you are. Okay, these internal uh, longings, these growths that you're looking for is part of your existence. Okay, it's always going to be like that. Okay. Now, sometimes they're painful because, like you said, yes, you don't know where you are, and I'll give you that much, Blaze. You're asking, you don't know anything about yourself. You don't know the answers, and that's what keeps us searching. The fact that we don't know these answers and not given these answers keeps us asking, keeps us searching. Okay. But then you say, isn't that kind of redundant? Just keep looking for something. But I guess you have to realize too that it's part of what we are. That as to why we do what we do. Can you excuse me just a minute? I got to close the blinds on the shades over here. Okay. I don't want people looking at my. Hey, looks like my camera just kind of followed that whole thing, didn't it? Yeah. But anyway, so that would be to answer your question there, Blaze. Talk about existential, like unknowing. Basically, that's what keeps us searching. It's okay not to know what's going on, especially those answers. Now, sometimes this is one of the more frustrating things is that we think that there's somebody out there who's going to finally understand what that is. Um, but they might be speaking a different language than not literally language, but it's just something has to kind of communicate to you. Okay. But you have to understand too, it's just that's all part of your existence. Okay, existentially is we're alone a lot in the dark, unsure of where we are, and all we can do is just keep looking for the right answer. And eventually, when we're ready, it has to be when we are ready to accept the answer, or that we have reached a level of maturity to where we can accept the answer that we've been given, and it may not be at the time you have it. You see, or you have to have a certain more life experiences before you understand what that means, what they mean. Okay, but don't sweat it right now. It'll come to you. It'll come to you when you need to. It'll finally you'll get the answer that you're looking for. Okay, that's all I can say is that that's what your life is a it's a series of discoveries. Listen, the meaning of life is not one momentary epiphany. Okay, it is a lifetime of insights and realizations. Guy Tom Omega came up with that. Yeah. See, he's a philosopher too. You ever heard of that guy, Tom Omega? Yeah, he came up with that. That's that's one of his sayings. But that's what he learned in his life. Okay. So you're not going to. So that's what I mean. We have a series of things that go on in our life. Is the meaning of our life, not just one thing. Our whole life is unfolded, and every day should be something new and learning for you. Okay. And well, anyway, Blaze, I hope that helped. I hope that was what you were looking for. I mean, so I always like talking to you, Blaze, because you're asking questions, you know? So I'm going to learn a lot about early stuff. So I learned about the paper. Okay, honey, definitely those feelings. I have a small group of friends that are understanding but feel introverted and won't push unless I need it. Okay. Yeah, see, like I said, it sounds to me like Blaze. Yeah, that's part of what I was talking about too. I mean, INFJs, as you know, we've had. I mean, I don't know if you think you're not quite an INFJ, as you said, but either way, introverted intuitives all have their own things going on. I think we all do. As a group, we do, and may not be exactly the same thing, but we're still very much introverted thinkers in that way. Uh, Tom, thank you for your being patient and understanding my question. I feel confused. Of course you do. Listen, I think we all have these confusing moments in our life. Okay, like I said, I mean, um, just understand that if we weren't confused, if we had all the answers, then there'd be no. We wouldn't search. We wouldn't grow. Okay. I mean, listen. Put it this way, too, right? You know, if you know, let me kind of come up with an idea, an example, is what I'm saying. Okay. Now, I'm trying to think of the best example. I'm trying to come up with something. Listen, if you didn't have the confusion in your mind, and you, like I said, if everything was clear to you, then there would be no more. There'd be no more longing. In fact, it depends on your proclivity of your spirit too. I mean, if your proclivity of spirit is to understand yourself and knowing that you're confused and don't have all the answers, the more confused you are, though, you're going to want to get more clarity. But it's just going to encourage you to want to slow your mind down all the more. Maybe find more clarity in your mind. I mean, maybe that's not the best example. My point is that if you know when you got a full belly, you don't want to eat, do you? Right? If you're always full all the time, what's the point in eating? But when you're hungry, you're looking for something to eat, right? It's kind of like that. I mean, being confused is almost like not having all the answers in your existential experience, in your mind, in your soul, by not being sure of you. So it's kind of that hunger feeling in a sense where it keeps you searching, keeps you wanting to find the right sustenance in order to um, fill you in a sense. Okay. I mean, that's the only way I could say is what it is. And I think God built us that way. Again, like I said, One of the greatest epiphanies I've ever had, and I've said this on the station a couple of times, is that I was in that point you're talking about, place, and I was confused, and I was alone, and it's like it kept coming back where we go through this many phases in our life. As INFJs, we go through this a lot. And I'd say, God, why do you leave me like this? Why? Well, why am I alone? Confused, no answers. And he answered me because I want you to look for me. You see what I'm saying? Meaning God in quotations. I want you to look for me. This is because you will search for me. By leaving you in the dark, by leaving you confused, by leaving you alone, you look for me. And I never forgot that. I get a little choked up a little bit because that's how profound it was for me. That's what I think you're trying to find right now. Maybe that's what it is. That's your confusion. But it's okay. It's okay to have that. Maybe this penny will drop for you. Maybe you will have your own realization. What I just said, it'll hit you at another time. But when you are ready, this wasn't till I was, I don't know, I was in my mid 50s when this epiphany came to me. I wasn't 15 or whatever, so at 20. I mean, I had a lot of different epiphanies throughout the course of our life. I think we all do, but that's basically what it is. Okay. If everything was comfortable for you, if everything was nice and laid out, and you had comfort, say you lived a luxurious life, then you wouldn't grow. See, things that are comfortable do not grow. They don't reach. They don't look for something better than what they have. But when you're not comfortable, when you're stressed, when you're hungry, when you're thirsty, when you're cold and hungry, you look for something better, don't you? You have to survive. And that's what keeps you striving for growth. Okay. That's basically what it is. Okay. So it's not a bad thing. You don't know anything. You have to let it, you have to kind of wrestle with it for a little bit and look for the answers. And during the course of you looking for the answers, you're going to start understanding better and better who God is. You'll understand that God is not a booming, thunderous voice. You're going to understand who He is. You know, he's that quiet little knowing in the just knowing something is right. Just a thought that is cogent. Just and he comes to you. And the more you strive toward that, the more you'll start understanding. And that's how you build your relationship with God. Okay. Just always know that he's the ultimate stoic. He really is. George, you still here? Okay. All right. Blaziken, Genesis. What's with the Smiths? Thank you, Darius. Blaziken. Maybe just listening to the Smiths. Oh, what isn't that all right. We understand echoes echo each other from most part. Okay. We are glad to have you, Blazekins. Yeah, Darius. uh, I think God is out there. I can know intuitively, but I don't know what to believe. I know He is out there, but beyond that, I don't know. Yeah. Uh, there's a lot of not knowings out there. Yeah. Hey, that's like I said, that's what's going to keep you growing is the not knowing, and that's what's going to keep you striving for it to find out. Okay. Blaze can pull up how Sunni, the band called the Smiths, when you get a chance. Oh, you're talking about the Smiths now. Okay. Uh, how soon is now? All right. Okay. Well, anyway, that I hope that helped a little bit. Okay. So, again, like I said, I think this is I know this group right here is very spiritual because we all stick around for this stuff. And again, that's what kind of bonds us here in a lot of ways. Okay. Um, I mean, hey, that's the same reason I think now. I've been really fascinated with, like I said, talking about Carl Jung and some of his teachings and things like that. There's a couple videos out there that talk about the main differences between him and like Sigmund Freud. I know I've talked about this before, but um, yeah, but Sigmund Freud was the reason they finally split is because Sigmund Freud he had no spirit within him. He actually thought that religion was more like an opiate in a sense, that people just turn to religion and turn to God as a crutch in a sense. It was almost like something that he described as like looking toward an illusion in a sense for clarity. See, that's where Freud drew the line. And that's one of the major things that Carl Jung tried to instill in him. He said that there is a spiritual development, there's a spiritual aspect to our psyche, and something that Sigmund Freud could not see at all. Again, that's one of the reasons I think is the depth of Carl Jung, is his spirituality and how deep he goes. You know, I was actually going to come up with a video on that too at some point. Let's see. Jethro, you kind of, I'm treating myself in a movie and a popcorn in the theaters. Oh, George Porge. Hey, George Porge is out there. Hey, we just got, he's treating myself to a movie and popcorns at the theater, less than an hour, the first movie in years. An eerie movie called The Back Rooms. Oh, hey, look at that, George. You're going to going to a movie then, huh? All right. Blaiskin, I feel like I'm going to have some sort of fulfillment in the universe. It's not going to be through a concrete reality. It will be more so spiritual or a mystical experience. Yeah. Vamp, you know what? 100%. George, peace of mind. The reviews are disappointing. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, the Honey Rose, the reviews aren't very good for that one then, huh? So not to be disappointed with the movie then, huh? Jeez. I haven't been to a movie in years myself, but Darius Blaiskin, I'm looking I looked at many places for God and spiritual knowledge. Read occult and witchcraft books as well as Catholic and Abrahamic texts. The journey is worth it. Oh, occult and witchcraft books. Darius. I never got too much into occult stuff and witchcraft stuff. I know that's kind of like tapping into um I know there's dark elements. I mean, just as there's lights, there's the light side, and there's also a dark side to spirituality. Yeah. Um, Not to say that that's where the answers are. I think again, you know, there's always those realms as well. But I don't know if I'd encourage them to go down that way. I mean, I personally wouldn't do that because I never did that. I've always steered clear of like occults and witchcraft, and I kind of always knew it was devil's work in a sense. I mean, you're tapping into like that whole yeah, that whole subculture, witchcraft and occult stuff, you know? Now again, they have some I'm sure like they have that there might be something that's alluring there. All right, but it's you're kind of tapping into that dark side though with that stuff though. You got to understand that too. So Blaiskin, I know that's what Darius is saying to go there, but you got to really be. I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, but you got to kind of understand in the back of your mind that this is that you're dabbling into the occult, into the dark side of things. Okay, I didn't practice the subject, just learned. Oh, okay, all right. What does occult mean? Basically, occult. It's just basically a lot of occults actually worship. They don't worship God. They worship the dark side. Yeah, they gravitate toward learning about the devil. Basically, all those dark things that are in our soul, all those things that we talk about, dark shadows and repression things. They tell us to basically occults encourage you to you know basically nurture those things, not nurture good things within your heart, not nurturing the soul, that not nurturing the source of life through God, but actually looking toward nurturing your dark tendencies, your fallen side. Yeah, your fallen nature. That's basically what it is. I mean, because we have a dark side in us. We all do. But this is the part that's confusing us. Typically, we have a light part of us. We have a part that wants to strive toward good, but there's always something that kind of pulls us into the darkness. But cults basically worship that, and they go toward they want they basically there they bring that out in you. That's why I say you got to be very careful with occults because they're openly worshiping the devil in a sense. Okay, to put it bluntly, that's basically what it is. Yeah, so you got to be very careful there. I got a goth, yet I worship God. Okay, Crown V's in the house. I am goth, yet I worship God. I find beauty in the darkness. There is a silver lining that looks look for a hard situation. Okay. Wait, you both said something different. Okay. Alistair Crowley condemned contaminated the topic, unfortunately. He was a drugged up psychopath. Oh yeah, Crowley. Yeah, I looked up. Yeah, he was yeah, he definitely was a drugged up psychopath, wasn't he? Yeah. Maybe if he's the one who truly tainted it. Hey, you know that song by Ozzy Osbourne, Mr. Crowley? What's that song, Mr. Crowley? I don't know the whole thing. That was about him. That song was about Alistair Crowley. But you're right. I think he really made a mess of it, I guess. But the thing is, a lot of these that I think that was the Hermanic temple, right? That was all that Hermanic teachings and things like that. I think he really he still has his own following though. All right. There's no doubt about it. I love when Tom sings Crown V. Mr. Crowley, what's that you said? I try to get into that Aussie, try to get to that pitch. I think I got that. But yeah, but that was basically that's who that was in that song. Okay, but of course, well, who was Ozzy? Prince of Darkness. That was right there. Ozzy was into that kind of occulty stuff. I mean, I don't know if he actually was. I don't know how deep he did. I know he tried to bring that into his act a little bit in a Black Sabbath. I mean, think about it. That was a heavy metal band based on what? Dark Black Sabbath. I mean, think about that. I mean, your Sabbath day, which is supposed to be the day God rested, but black, like a dark Sabbath. That was the essence of who Ozzy Osbourne was. Yeah. So, but bottom line is, yeah, this. I mean, I guess you could say in a way, if you really want to get curious about what the dark side is, I mean, but you have to make sure that you don't get engulfed by that, get seduced by that. Okay. That's what I was always afraid of. I always knew that that was what it was. So I always steered away from the occult stuff because I knew it. I just knew it was a dark place and that they might use subtle ways of manipulating you and to say, oh, all you want to do is just talk about it and think about it. You don't have to be it. But this is how they lure you in. This is how they gaslight you into it. Little subtle ways of just saying, oh, there's nothing to it. But that's how they rope you in. And I was always I kind of seen through that. I mean, because you got to figure too, the devil himself is the ultimate gaslighter and manipulator. And and usually the devil starts working in people, that dark side. And then he might start doing just that. He's the master at twisting logic, twisting things and twisting your mentality. Yeah, he's the master at that stuff. So I always knew that I didn't want to entertain any part of that. Not only that, my late mom she kind of she made impressions on me about certain things growing up. I remember she would say things that to this day like stuck with me. And I remember her saying that once you invite the devil into your heart, he owns you. She'd say this stuff. Like, you cannot entertain the devil. You gotta you should, the anything. So I always thought that the occult stuff was something I could never go toward. Like that was their, they had these subtle ways of seducing you, you know. So uh Darius, but my name would be implied Greek classical mythology. Interesting. I don't care. All right, Honey Rose. I actually had one person, and I'm not a witch because I don't have a wart on my nose or green skin. I just told her she witched. She watched too much TV. Oh, wait, Honey Rose. Somebody called you a witch because you told her you watched too much TV. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh yeah. In all my research and experiences, Jesus has been the best stuff going. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pagan. Oh, okay. No, I'm pagan. All right. Yeah, I know. The pagan is like, yeah, I know that's, yeah. I mean, I know that. I understand INFJs. We're not always like spiritual and stuff. There's a lot of us out there. And I know we're very diverse. I understand that. I get that. Um, I mean, I'm just speaking from my opinion, like what I believe. That's all I can really come up with. Much of the inversion of Christianity, bodily fluids and wastes are involved in the darker corners of it. Oh, bodily fluids. What kind of bodily fluids are we talking about? Hopefully, um, yeah, I hear about some of the rituals that some of them get into. Yeah, okay, but I figured you meant that one. Yeah. Uh, Many things in this point boil down to the comes down to being a good to others and yourself. Yeah, of course, that's what it all comes down to. It does, but I guess a lot of it too is like I think through the course, I think we all battle with our own inner demons in a sense too, though. We all have certain dark sides that we have to kind of face. I mean, hey, I even still have my own shadows that I'm having to work on and stuff. I'm sure we all do. I mean, I don't want to get into details about what I have to deal with, but I do. I got my own stuff. I am a follower of Jesus. My INFJ friend is a vampire. I am still a goth. Subculture of the the LOL. Okay. See, heavy. You never know who you got out here. I mean, we all definitely follow something though. But that's one thing I think that there's always something that we look deeper. We always seem to gravitate something deeper, like within our souls. I think that's just the way INFJs are built. I mean, typically the stereotypical INFJ is almost like that. They could be clergy. I mean, sometimes you think that a lot of them get into like clergy and things like that. Or how about like Gandalf? Wasn't Gandalf? He was an INFJ. He was like it was like a wizard. He had the long hair, long beard, and the the hat. I mean, he was actually, yeah, he was actually powers came through him. I know it was all goth stuff, but yeah, that was a. I work with energy candles and such things. Goth is not inherently evil. Not that I can tell any way. Um, in occultic practice, bodily fluids like blood, urine, and semen, etc. Crowley was into that stuff. Oh, I see. That's what I thought you were going to get out. Yeah, no, Crowley. I don't want to repeat some of the things I read, but he had some deviance. He had some serious deviance about him. And yeah, but that's what I mean. If he tainted that whole Hermanic temple thing with his acts, then if that was him, then he left a stain, no pun intended, on that whole uh, that whole movement. See what I did there? No pun intended. I don't know where that came from. Well, you're talking about bodily fluids over here. So, what are you going to do with that? You know what I'm saying? Left a stain. Hey, he got it. You get that, Darius. I couldn't help myself. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. See, I didn't know where it was going to steer into. Hey, this is a rabbit hole that just kind of happened down here. Okay. This is it. But so we're just talking about, yeah, just a little bit about the dark side, you know. And but again, like I said, I mean, people dabble into the dark. They dabble into their dark tendencies. I mean, because you think about it, I mean, there is a certain strength that you get from dark tendencies, you know, anger. I mean, you know, anger and hatred actually generate certain strengths within us. I mean, they're negative, they're toxic, but they do generate certain strengths if you embrace those things. I mean, I know you go back to Palpatine in the Empire Strikes Back, or was it which one was it? Where he's telling, let the hate flow through you, Luke. I feel your hate. You remember that? And he was like, swelling inside you, Luke. Now strike down your father. You know, remember that? Remember the whole, yeah, he was doing all that stuff. So he was encouraging him to let his hate go through there because there was the strength in that. And I know that's kind of Star Wars and that's kind of the sci-fi stuff. But my point is that in reality, though, these occults, they believe this stuff, and this is where they try to tap into these sub strengths. Okay, we talk about strengths of the soul, strengths of perseverance, strengths of suffering that we get. Okay, this is what I talk about, and you know what my channel is, and I don't. I think you hung around with me long enough to know my stance is on that, and that's what we strive for with strength. But typically, that kind of strength is a stoic strength. It's a subdued strength. It's a kind of a elusive internal strength that we have, that we possess, that comes out kind of in an energy. Okay, and it omits and it and now I've talked about this in other ways, but then you get that dark strength. You get that strength that talk about embracing your dark shadows, your hate, your anger. And now there's strength in that as well. I mean, you could see it can come out. If some people embraces their dark side or they throw an anger and they get their way. I mean, let's say a kid throws a tantrum and he throws a tantrum, whatever, kicks his feet, storms out. And if somebody gives in, then he's already understood that he got something for of exhibiting something toxic. Okay. Now this is a small example. This is a little small example of that. But the thing is that they don't look at this as anything to uh, to to look at it as a dark thing. These people embrace that kind of strength. Okay. And not only that, I mean, typically they have their rituals or anything that is very sinful and decadent. Like Crowley did. He talked about all these bodily things going on. He had a lot of different sexuality things that he was doing, like just anything that would desecrate. Their fulfillment is making sure that they go to the depths of whatever it is that our soul typically represses, doesn't want to go. You see, we talk about shadows. They encourage that whole depth into going into these dark realms and embracing them, liking them. Yeah, you see what I mean? This is where the devil worship comes into. Okay. See, I always knew that stuff. And I said that's why I would never want to go there. I knew in the back of my mind, they come in subtly and say, but that's where it all leads. That's where they ultimately like to go, is that they embrace these things. Okay. Um, okay. Uh, what you said, but in my font, and the anger can be transmitted into positive energy. Anger is an energy. Oh, you mean that? Like, didn't Johnny Rotten say that in that song? There was a song he had in a. Was it Johnny Rotten? You may be black, I may be white. You may be wrong, I may be right. He was like that punk rock. Anger is an energy. Johnny Rotten, he had that kind of like that wild eyed. Anger is an energy. He had that punk rock look, he had those eyes. What is it with the punkers? When they get that, hey, they got to put that nasally thing in there, when they do that punk rock stuff. Anger, yeah, that's what reminds me of anger is an energy. It's just like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, but again, that was that whole, well, that was Johnny Rotten philosophy right there, right? So, in a say, see, I know a little bit about that stuff, somewhat. And anger can be transmitted into a positive energy. Anger can be transmitted into a positive energy. How do we do that? Let's see. Anger, well, I mean, if you want to say that there's certain justifiable angers that we have in so many times, I mean, I think there are certain times we get angry and we might show anger, but if it's justifiable and aimed in the right way, let's say for a just cause. Okay. Now here's a prime example. I always think back to like the example of our Lord. Now, when he entered into Jerusalem and he was laid down, what was it on Palm Sunday? Remember that he fulfilled Scripture. He came in on Palm Sunday, and he came in riding the donkey, right? Just something as humble as that. The Lord came in, and all they people were laying down palm leaves in his path as they welcomed him into Jerusalem. I mean, you know how that story goes. That was a week before his resurrection, right? That was Palm Sunday. And of course, that's celebrated now, Palm Sunday, right? Well, didn't he at one point he went up to the temple? He saw that the temple, the synagogue at the time, there were no churches yet. There were no Christian holy churches yet. He was still establishing the groundworks for the reason why we need churches. So they weren't quite there, but it was all synagogues, mostly synagogues, of course, and that was their practice. But I guess there was a very corrupt one where they were money changers. See, I guess the way the story goes is that according to the Ten Commandments, the thou shalt not have any graven images before you. So what they meant by that is the fact that there was a graven image on the Roman penny or the Roman denarius. Okay, their money basically was stamped with the Caesar. So that was a graven image. So a lot of times the Hebrew that were like that wanted to practice would not accept that money. They would not keep the money in there. They wanted to exchange it. So they were changing the money. They were money changers. Now they were doing this inside the temple and they were exchanging money. And in exchange for money, they were exchanging it for either their own version of money that didn't have any any images of, let's say, like a graven image. Okay. But at this point here, people were just exchanging it for goods as well. I guess the thing is that Jesus saw how twisted the temple had become with the money changers. Okay. So he got angry. Jesus, our Lord, got angry. Okay. We're talking about the funneling of anger. Now, this is one of the stories they talk about anger. Now, he started overturning tables and he got angry and he overturned everything. And he actually grabbed a whip and he started whipping the money changers out of the temple. And he got so angry and he was yelling and saying, "You have made my father's house into a den of thieves." And he was yelling. I can imagine his eyes were beaming and hey, Jesus was pissed off, bottom line. And yeah, he got real violent and angry and he whipped everybody out of the temple after that because he was just so aghast at what they did to his father's house, what they did to the temple. And this was Jesus. Now, this is the only time I can say there is a justifiable anger. Now, this particular sermon actually is a um it's kind of universally known as an understanding of justifiable anger. Like if Jesus did it and he had the right cause to be angry for that, and he showed a sense of violence. At times in our life, we have justifiable violence where it can be, and that was the one instance where he used it to make a very solid statement. Okay. Now, if that's what you're talking about, Darius, how it can be funneled into a positive, I mean, that's all I can really see is that it would have to be a situation like I just demonstrated there. Okay. And again, that's all some of the wisdom of the Lord Himself. Okay. But yeah, that was documented. The one time Jesus lost his crap. And I hear from what imagine that. Imagine Jesus. This is the guy that's healing everybody. And this is the guy that, is meek and he's kind of soft spoken. And he has all these parables and these wonderful things about the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. You know, uh, you see what I mean? These wonderful parables on the top. And all of a sudden he comes in and they're walk, and then he gets pissed and he starts tearing up the place, flipping things over, chasing these guys out with a whip. I mean, man, was he really whipping them up right on the ass? I mean, was he? He must have been. He was whipping them across the back, saying, whipping them, leaving welts on them. Yeah, and they all took off. Hey, but the Lord did that. Justifiable anger. Jesus was an INFJ. Yes, I've heard that, Honey Rose. You're absolutely right. I mean, what else? Think about it. What else could he have been? Of course he was. That's what. In fact, they call him. Yeah, the Lord Himself was INFJ. Yes, exactly. And he had a. But that was the one time he had to show his anger. So in that case, there, I could see how it's justifiable. Okay, Tom, you were going to do a stream. Are you going to do a stream on the 4th? A 4th of July stream. That's going to be a Saturday. Hey, that is a Saturday. I do believe that is a Saturday there. Well, we're going to have to think about that. Now, how many of you would like me to do a live stream on the 4th of July? That is. Okay. See, I'm morphing into characters all over the place here, people. Okay. Hey, that's a good idea. Hey, well, it is Saturday after all, and I do like to do the typically. I haven't thought that far ahead, but I probably should. Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. 4th of July. We'll do a 4th of July thing, huh? I could do it early. Well, wait, listen. I don't want people to go too early. It has to be, obviously, I want everybody to have a good time. Have your cookouts. Have you do your things. Okay. And yeah, but we'll have to get together and have our live broadcast as well. Okay. Um, okay. Maybe the same time, same bad time, same bad channel. Okay. Hey, same bad channel. Go figure. Here you go, the bat channel over here. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. 4th of July, the Independence Day broadcast, celebrating the independence not only of the of the independence of the United States from the tyranny of the English. Hey, no offense to anybody who's English out there, because I have some English people out there. No offense to you personally, but the English weren't too good to us early on in the colonial days. They had some. Let's just say they had some overreaching rules and regulations, and they were taxing us. They were like a blue state on steroids. You see what I'm saying? How about that? The English were like that blue state, and they were just over regulating us and everything. But they were doing this on a mass scale, and they were just they're throwing King George III in there. Bottom line is, enough of us, enough of the Minutemen just finally just took up arms and decided they didn't want to do that, and they sparked the whole revolution, basically. Okay, and that made the United States independent. Okay, and go figure, being that the INFJs are also very highly independent because of who they are, because of the way they are. Yeah, that would be a pretty good one right there. Call it our own Declaration of Independence. Hey, I had a video on that. I actually did that. I actually had a video called our Declaration of Independence. Yeah, and that's why we are who we are. There you go. Well, I want to, yeah, thank you for that, Honey Rose, for reminding me about that. Okay. Crown, I think of how small it is. A little bit of truth, faith, love, miracles. Uh, Deed you might have to do. Okay, all right. Okay, a lot of these conversations are amongst each other. Okay, which is good. Which is good. Um, but so I guess we got into some really good rabbit holes here. Okay, we really did. There's no doubt about that, huh? The crown. I don't understand the mustard seed. It's actually a mustard tree, like a short bush. Oh, crown V. I don't understand the mustard seed. It's an actual mustard tree, like a short bush. Why not a cedar tree seed instead? Oh, oh, you're talking about the mustard seed. Yeah, that was a parable of Jesus describing the kingdom of heaven. Okay. If I remember right, I'm trying to remember how it went. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. Mustard seed is one of the smallest seeds, um, but as it's planted and as it grows, it grows into a mustard tree, which is one of the largest trees in the. But basically, it which provides many branches and many sturdy branches for birds and fowl to live in it. Now listen, I'm trying to remember basically how he said that. I can't remember quoting it, but basically he said that the mustard seed is one of the smallest seeds. Now it grows into a rather large mustard tree, but it's a sturdy tree which supports a lot of tree branches for birds and fowl to nest in, basically. So and if you notice a lot of hey, we just did something into that. What is let's come up with some of the parables of like what he meant by that. Now, whenever he described the kingdom of heaven, he also described it as being like imagine finding a treasure in in a in a ground. You know, like a man finds a treasure in a the kingdom of heaven is like finding a treasure that he digs up. And then the man is so excited and overwhelmed, he ends up buying the entire field. So, I mean, everything what I've noticed that the trend of all his parables about how he describes the kingdom of heaven is something that starts off very small, like something subtle, like something almost invisible, like that mustard seed, like that treasure in the ground, but it turns into this larger thing, like it engulfs you. I mean, if you notice a lot of his different ones, revolved around that. I mean, I know there was one about the casting of the net. You know, Kingdom of Heaven is like a fisherman who casts his net and he catches many fish, some big, some small, and some he had to just throw back. Like, I know there's different parables about that, but most of the ones that he came up with were about discovering something. I think what it means is that at some point, I think I think basically the kingdom of heaven is what we find is our awakening. Now I've talked about that. We could talk about this in many ways, but I think part of our authentication and discovering who we truly are and discovering our awakening within ourselves, and we start integrating shadows, as Carl Jung works. Basically, Carl Jung theories. I see a lot of his works into that as well. When you find a sense of completion and wholeness within you, that's the kingdom of heaven right there. When all of a sudden you found peace within your heart, think about it. When you actually found that whole completion and you've integrated your shadows, you've found this completion. This is the kingdom of heaven within you. Okay. Now, again, he there was a lot of misinterpreted. People took him literally when they said when he used to talk about the kingdom of heaven. He some people thought literally the way Rome was all architecture, and so was Greek. If you remember right, they literally used to see things. I mean, a lot of this was the extroverted kind of understanding, extroverted sensing understanding. Think about it. And they took him serious as saying that you know it's like saying they had gold streets. Streets are made of gold. Buildings are made of like you know temples and things like elaborate buildings. They thought literally somebody was going to build the city. That was going to be the kingdom. And he was trying to say it was metaphorically within your spirit, within yourself. Okay. But basically, that kingdom of heaven is within you, meaning it's just your internal peace, the internalness that you find within yourself. Okay. Where the world itself, somehow you change. People no longer affect you the same way. You're not kind of affected the same way by people. But my point is that that kingdom of heaven, as it changes, I mean, you may think of it as just that small um, inner place of solace that I've talked about. I mean, I'm gonna go out and say that we have that place that we always look like, little lone spot. I've talked about the lone spot that somehow becomes your greatest point of peace and your point of clarity within yourself, right? I've talked about that. It's kind of like that mustard seed. That mustard seed is the smallest seed. Okay. It's a little speck of a seed that turns into this larger bush. That was his point. I mean, maybe in a sense, I described that. Now, again, mine is internal. I think of this kingdom of heaven is our consciousness. It's that understanding that we have somehow found a kingdom of heaven within us, that we have found some kind of peace within ourselves, a contentment within ourselves during an awakening, during a process where we have found ourselves. Okay. But bottom line is, like I said, typically that little spot that we had, that lone spot, is where it is. That's the turning point. And I've said this before. Now, people, if you ever, we all have this. Every human being has this. And of course, as you know, introverted intuitives, INFJs have wrestled with this loneliness our whole life. That deep, depressive sadness within that lone spot, that little spot. Yeah, that little mustard seed of our the pit of our soul. But again, like I said, once you persevere and find your happiness and find your salvation, once you find that kingdom of heaven, that spot grows into that mustard tree that birds and the fowl rest in and nest in. Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's it kind of just came to me just as I'm explaining it to you people. That's kind of like what it is. That's it. Okay. Um, and again, like I said, you look at all these different parables in there. He's trying to describe something small and something like insignificant, something there that to me, that's how I understand it because that's where it is for me. Okay. And again, so many times people think, eventually when your body dies, we go to heaven. Like the Catholics talk about that. They talk about death. We die. Somehow we live a good life. We're not in heaven yet until we pass away. And then our spirit goes to heaven. Now, yes, that can be true. So we talk about eternal life. Jesus talked about life eternally, living on forever. And once you find that eternal grace in life, but you have to find that kingdom of heaven before you die. Before you die, you need to find that peace in your heart. Yeah, it's not upon your death. Okay. And then we go to heaven. No, we got to find that first. That's where the kingdom lies. Okay. I mean, that's the way I see it. Okay. So, what do we got here? Personality, Pill George, um, put Europa documentary in the Rumble search. It pops up 10 parts, I believe, of the channel. Michael Moore, the Michael Moore Show. Michael Moore Show. Oh, not that guy. Michael Moore, is it? Okay, I better not say anything. All right. Mustard trees and mustard plants are different from each other. Mustard tree and mustard plant are different. Whatever the one I'm talking about, whatever Jesus was talking about in the parable, that's the one I'm talking about. Whatever he was referring to. Okay, I'm just going by what's in that what is it? Was that the Sermon of the Mount? Oh, that's one of his best. I actually enjoy reading that one. That's so unbelievably touching, especially when eventually eventually, sometimes things start becoming abundantly clear to you. These things start becoming like you start experiencing what the Bible is too. The closer you get to your spirit, the more you have an awakening. When you start reading passages of the Bible, your understanding of these things come to life. Your Bible comes to life when you start feeling that as well. Darius, yes, they have some really cool vestments here. Yes, haha. All right. But mustard trees, okay, I said that. Hey, whatever the ones that have the uh, so there are trees and then there's plant. I think there's probably different variations of mustard seed. I would think there's different mustards. Okay, I'm sure you got different varieties of mustards, just like you got apples. It's like you get different type of oranges. You know what I mean? There's different type of fruit and vegetable trees, like from wherever they are. I'm thinking maybe there could be different kind of mustard seeds as well. So, but we're just gonna have to make it more of a whatever Jesus meant by what he was talking about. That's all. LOL, the great saint, Saint Mary's of Egypt. And what are we talking about? Hello, Christian wizard robes to me. They're awesome looking. Christian wizard robes to me. Yeah, there you go. Yes, they have some really cool vestments. Yeah. I'm just reading some of your stuff up here. I don't know if a variety of trees and whether they'd have in Jerusalem, Mediterranean East. Well, it's located near Egypt, Eastern Orthodox Christianity. The best overall understanding of Christ. Eastern Orthodox in Africa, it's pretty dry there. Yeah, I have a sesame seed in my herb cabinet. I'm going to go get some mustard seeds. Ha ha. The Crown V. Yeah, there you go. Now we're talking about mustard seeds now, right? I think I got some of them stone ground ones. I got this really good gourmet stuff. It's all like mustard, but they put the vinegar in there, and it's all you can still see the seeds. Like they didn't grind it. Typically, sometimes they grind up the seeds, but some of them leave them whole, and they are little specks of seeds. And I got some in my fridge. It's in a it's in a little tiny jar, so it's good stuff. It's like I think it's a type of mustard that they got in there. Tom, you did good on the parable explanation. Well, thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Listen, I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that I got heavily into. I haven't read the Bible lately, but I remember I went through a phase probably about 30 years ago where I was very much reading into especially the New Testament, and I think I was reading the Gospel of Mark, Luke, all the ones like that, all the Gospels. And but the one that the Sermon of the Mount was probably I loved that whole thing. I just will read that over and over again because I just loved the way everything was flowing out of him that day. Everything was just say he must have been in a good frame of mind, and everything just his parables were just coming out of him. Now, here's a funny thing. You want to talk about Jesus and parables and talk about him being INFJ, which we believe he is, and he is INFJ. Now, that would fall right into his descriptive speech that INFJs tend to be known for. A lot of times INFJs do that. I'm not saying we talk in parables. We don't use that term anymore. This is something they used 2000 something years ago. They called them parable. But basically, it's a descriptive form of speech where he was always using examples. He was always using examples that people could understand, the things that were common to their world. Okay. He talked about fishermen and how they cast their net to a group of fishermen in order to be understood. Or he would talk about the lost shepherd. Okay. He would talk about how the good shepherd does not leave his sheep. And in fact, the good shepherd will go out and look for a lost sheep, even in like the dark, even on the Sabbath day, when they were trying to trap him and say, like, remember that there was a whole thing the parable said, he was healing on the Sabbath. Hey, Jesus says something, he can't do that. He was healing a blind man or something on the Sabbath. And they said, you're doing the devil's work. You are healing on the Sabbath. And he basically had an idea where he said, does a good shepherd abandon his lost sheep? when as the sun goes down. If he knows, basically when Sabbath day's up and he knows he's got a sheep out there that's lost, does he abandon it, or does the good shepherd look for his sheep even on the Sabbath? He's basically using common sense and logic, but it was a way of using these parables, this descriptive form of speech, to make himself understandable. Now, this is an INFJ trait. This is strictly what we do, and I mean, I think that I hear we all talk this way, and now that's what I try to do. I usually use, but this is the way I understand it. This is how sometimes my understanding is translated into me, is because I see examples of like nature around me and stuff. But again, that was all his. That's part of his trait right there. Okay, and I'd have to say that Jesus was the master of descriptive speeches in the way he used his parables. I mean, because they're just beautiful. They're just unbelievably well constructed. Even the way they were translated into English, they're just. He probably had a masterful way of speaking, you know, and describing that. But of course, that was the Lord Himself. You know, when I was age 7, I heard that Jesus died for all the people, and I immediately wanted to meet everyone on the planet. They must be cool if Jesus died for them. That was my 7-year-old mind. My dad said no. Oh gosh, I think your father just knew that it was probably an impossible task. You probably couldn't meet that many people in your lifetime, unless you had them. Even if you had them all in one big room, you just have to see them in a large crowd. Now, I still think it'd be a little distant. I think so. Your father had a little wisdom where he said no. Dad to 7, yo, you don't talk to strangers. Yeah, that's another thing too there. We are pretty amazing at Crown, right? Honey Rose. Tom, the Michael Moore show, not Michelle Moore, not Michael. Oh, okay. Because I know that Michael Moore guy. He's that guy that's he's got a lot of movies, but usually he's got a certain agenda that he follows. Yeah, I thought it was Michael Moore. Not it's Michelle Moore. Okay, you know what? That makes a world of difference. I don't know who Michelle Moore is, but if I knew who Michael Moore was, and I didn't think you meant that. Well, thank you for clearing that up for me, sir. Appreciate that. There you go. Crowd, even Christ said that we must become like these little children in order to inherit the kingdom of heaven. I imagine that meant having a trust in your heavenly Father and a pure heart. That's exactly what that means. That's the way I interpret that. You have to have that certain innocence. Basically, I think he meant too is that we have to return to a certain innocence, like a small child again, too, like a child. Usually, children are not corrupted with the world. I mean, when we're young and we're still innocent, we're relatively naive to the world, right? But we're also, in a sense, we're shielded, and you see. But in the course of our life, though, we start picking up bad habits from human nature. Let's say we do. Okay, we have friends, we have schoolmates, uh, whoever, family members, whoever it might be, society in general, and everything. And somehow we start picking up these bad traits of human nature. Now we get corrupted. Our mind gets a little twisted, a little bit corrupted. We start having thoughts that were no longer pure, no longer innocent and childlike again. But there's a certain point in our life, though, as we authenticate. Listen, a lot of this comes down to our authentication, and a lot of this comes down to our finding that kingdom of heaven, kingdom of God within us. Okay, now, as we start doing that, our minds get to be, your mind will start getting more sensitive too. Your brain starts becoming a little bit more sensitive to what it allows into its mind. Now, you got to reach this point in your life, in your mind, where when you're finding yourself, your mind no longer likes even subtle things. Even your thoughts, you're not going to like them. Like if you start judging people, you look at somebody and say, "Oh, look at that fat, lousy loser over there." You see, Now, maybe that's true, but at the same time, it's just a judgment and it's a cut down. You're trying to elevate yourself to be higher than somebody else by saying they're a fat loser or something, let's say. Now, at some point, your own mind, you're going to be sensitive to what you think, and you're going to not want to think that. Like, I don't like that. I don't want my mind doing this anymore. I don't want to have these. It's one thing saying it out loud. People say, as long as you don't say it, it doesn't matter. But your mind becomes sensitive to your thoughts. And when you start getting these kind of judgmental thoughts, or when you start thinking bad thoughts about people, you're going to get to a point you don't want to do that anymore. Okay. And at this point, there, you're going to see your mind start changing. But that's what I'm talking about. You're starting to return to your innocence. You're starting to return to that childlike nature, so you can inherit the kingdom of God. And that's what he means by that, because eventually we return back to that in ourselves as well. Okay. Well, see, I don't know where this stuff's coming from. It's just coming out of me. It just flows out of me sometime. Darius, let's see, Honey Rose. They was always people were younger, people knew. Especially when our dad's friends would be open. I would always speak my mind though. Okay, good viewpoint. Uh, Sick. Okay. I'm a fan of seeing the word as God as punking and joking with me all day. All right. Darius. Yeah, this stuff takes a while, but I'm reciting the words. I've definitely not arrived. Hee hee. Honey, childish is more fun. Yeah. Oh, that's uh we're on a roll, Tom. 100%. Yeah. No, I'm glad you're out there, Genesis. I'm glad you're, yeah, that's good. That's good. You're what happened to now did hey, where is Mr. 1000 out there? Oh, by the way, did I tell you that? Where is he? We're talking about Blazkin. And anybody seen? I think maybe he took off. I know he sticks around for a bit. He might have left. Blazkin, you still out there? Hey, did I tell you he's number 1,000? If Blaze left, oh, he did. Okay, all right, yeah, yeah. He can also be called Mister 1,000 because he was the 1,000th subscriber. The day we were doing the broadcast, he was number 1,000. And we found that out that he was that last one that brought us over that 1,000 mark. That was a couple months ago. Gosh, that was already like, yeah, it was like at least a couple months ago now. Yeah, it seems like a long time ago. Okay, Blaze left. I kind of thought he did. I haven't seen him for a bit, but so that's cool, Mister 1,000. Kind of like that movie, Mister 3,000. There was a movie out there, right, about this baseball player, and I guess they called him Mister 3,000 because he had right around 3,000 career baseball hits. And then I guess they started looking at his records a little closer, and they realized that he didn't quite have 1,000. He had more like 2,997. It was something like that. And then he thought he was always like he had exactly one. But then they realized that there was some errors in the way they were doing the math of his baseball stats. So he came out of retirement. Now he's an older guy. He's probably in his 40s, and he's all out of shape, and he hadn't played for how many years. And so he has to get into shape, and he has to try to lose a few pounds, get back into baseball form as much as he can, even as an older retired guy, just so we could get 3 hits in the major leagues. That's all he needs is like 2 or 3 hits. I'd have something like that. And so that was the whole movie, just showing how he had to get out of, get back into baseball, and how much he had to struggle just to get those three hits, just to be so he could be Mister 3,000. Okay, all right. I know, just a plethora. I know this guy is just a plethora of useless knowledge. I mean, he knows a little bit about a lot of stuff, but a lot of stuff that don't mean diddly squat. Or should I say squat? That is. I'm sorry, people. I couldn't help myself. Monday, Mondays are treacherous. Okay. There you go. Okay. So anyway, that's That's what we are there. Okay, so we steered a little bit into spirituality. Yeah, I think, like I said, that's an important aspect. People, that's a very important aspect around here, and I think it's important to me. And apparently, see, that's one of the reasons I know I've always figured that INFJs are very they're deeply spiritual because things that resonate that these are things that resonate deeply within that type, very much so. Office Space was an amazing movie. Oh, Office Space. Yeah. Yeah. Was that the guy there, the boss? He was so like dry. He'd hold the mug that said like greatest boss. And was the other guy like, that's my stapler. Give me my stapler. Was that the one where there was I think that was Office Space, wasn't it? And I think I saw that back some years ago. That was kind of funny, wasn't it? That was a funny movie right there. Uh, yes, LOL. That was that. Just beating the rush. Yeah, yeah. Mondays suck. Okay. Talking about Mondays, huh? The TPS report. Okay, what are we? In case of Mondays. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Funny thing is, I got to work this Friday though. Yeah, I've already been informed by my boss that typically I know 4th of July when it falls on a Saturday, typically you get the Friday off, and I think most places are probably observing the third off Friday. But I have to work Friday, so I don't. But the thing is this: I won't get the day off. I'll get a Saturday off, of course, but I will get at least the time I'm working. Plus, I'll get the extra 8 hours. I'll still get holiday pay, and then I'll get my regular pay. So I'll be like on time and a half, and time and a half. So I guess I'll make a little, but they got to make it worth my while and at least pay me, right? So that's all. Okay. Um, yeah, but enjoy the full moon. Wow, we're having a full moon? What are we talking about? Yes. That's the movie. Oh, okay. That was the oh, if you want to talk about Office Space, I still remember that boss. He was the kind of boss. He had that way about him where, yeah, well, Tom, I need you to come in on Saturday. Yeah. You're gonna have to do that. And then remember that he was avoiding the guy for like because he knew he'd always spring a Saturday on him, and he'd always do it like Friday afternoon. Yeah, so you're gonna have to show up, but something like that. He had that way about him, that kind of boss. Yeah, he drag it out a little bit. Oh yeah. I guess I'm getting things set up to be able to stream. For my hey, I'm getting things set up to be able to stream from my GoPro when I ride my bike around New Orleans. Definitely have to film on the 4th. Hey, there you go, Darius. Yeah, there you go. Darius, I haven't looked at your channel in a while. Maybe we have to see how things are going on there. So sometimes you're telling me you ripped the floor up on a live broadcast. Here's a guy. I told you, Darius. He's the mad scientist over there. Darius, bro. Yeah, ripped up a floor. I'm gonna have to check out some. Maybe we'll have to do that and see what he's doing over there. Uh, so he's gonna hook up a camera on his GoPro and drive around. There you go. I see people do that all the time, and then they post their videos, and it's just them cruising around. They got it on the camera on their hat, whatever. That's interesting. That'd be neat, huh? So, blue moon. Okay, enjoy the blue moon. We got a full moon out there, huh? Okay, that's good. All right. In case of Mondays, I'm just reading some of your chats around there. So you like New Orleans down there, Darius, huh? I mean, is it I mean, I would be curious. I'd like to go to the French Quarters just for if I was ever going to go to the New Orleans. I'd want to go to that place that the is there really a house called the Rising Sun? You know that song? There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun. And it's been the glory of many young poor boys. And God, I know I'm one. Is Is there actually that house in New Orleans? I'm just curious. Can you answer that? Kind of like the House of Seven Gables. There really is one in Salem, Mass. Or was that just fictitious? It sounded to me like it was one of those what you call those 304 houses, if you know what I'm saying. It was like one of those things went on in that house. You went up there and you know, that's what it sounded like, a seedy place of town where, activity was going there that might not be typically condoned by the let's say let's say a little shady things going on. But that's amazing song, "The House of the Rising Sun" by the Animals. Yes, I'm just saying he's talking about New Orleans. There was a house in New Orleans called the House of the Rising Sun, and I would wonder if it's really up there, you know, if that's based on that in particular. Let's see, Darius. There's a B&B named The Rising Sun, but that's probably post songwriter lyric. Okay. Yeah, I'm right near the French Quarters. So Darius, you're right near the French Quarters, right down there, down near Bourbon Street. I know they got that whole Bourbon Street. I always see films. They always take these pictures of Mardi Gras and all these people walking around, and it looks like everybody's really letting things hang out. I mean, it's like that looks like scantily clad ladies are walking around, and just everybody's kind of, yeah, they're all, yeah, they just got a way about them. But I was always curious to know if that's actually that house. It sounds like one of those mysterious houses. But I'm gathering from from the sound of it, it was basically a 304 house. You know, and it's been the ruin of many young poor boys. And God, I know I'm one. Basically, yeah, young guy goes there and he starts getting mixed up in that whole culture, and yeah, young guy, and he's just, yeah, and that rips his soul right out of him, if you know what I mean. Getting caught in a bad crowd, yeah. So a bit over a mile from the main drag of that, I avoid the streets because it's a zoo. Oh yeah, probably because there's got to be some dangerous rough parts of that town in New Orleans too. I mean, seriously. Yeah. Hey, just for the heck of it, did you ever ask that question? Maybe around town to anybody, hey, is there actually a house of the rising sun? Or do you know that? Maybe that was your answer. You just said that they call something the rising sun. Rising sun houses are a style. Oh, is that what that is? That's a style? Okay. Is that what it is? Okay. So it's not a specific house. Name that. Okay, I get that. It is a style, huh? I would imagine, what do they have? A lot of really nice picturesque windows to let in that rising sun light, just to kind of permeate over the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico, right? Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico, right? Somehow New Orleans over there. And they let all that wonderful sunlight in over there. Maybe that's it. So they drink in that rising sunlight, huh? That's all I can imagine. That's what that means, right? Yeah. So, no, but so it's a style of a house then. Okay. Must be interesting. Not only that, I would imagine if there was that house, maybe during Katrina, that thing probably lost, didn't stick around, because most of New Orleans was damaged, if not destroyed, during the whole Katrina. Remember the levees broke? Remember that? Yeah, and they lost a lot of those dams and levees broke during that storm, and it just flooded the whole city right out. One of the worst one of the worst disasters that happened. They completely had to rebuild all the New Orleans back in what, 2025, 2005, if I remember right. Let's see. Bourbon Street is the tourist mainly, and the young locals that party. Yeah, I thought it was about the evolution in America with the British and Irish settlers. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, what are we talking about? The New Orleans, British and Irish settlers. I thought some of it, they called that the French Quarters. You got to figure too. I thought they got a lot of French. I think I remember the Louisiana Purchase. of course, at one point, as the early ons in the United States, as it was being divvied up, as it was being explored, all these different nationalities that had explorers had claim to different parts of the country. Of course, the Spanish had like Texas and Mexico, and the English had good part of New England up where I am, and a lot up and down the coast, that eastern coast. And of course, the Spanish went and conquered parts of California and things like that. But the French came in, I believe, the French came in up through like the Louisiana area. They came in through that mouth of either they came up that way or they came up from the St. Lawrence River, and they came down through the Mississippi, and they set up colonies all around. They set up different parts in that Louisiana area, which is mostly around New Orleans and all that. They call so there was a lot of French down there. And of course, that all happened with the Louisiana Purchase. There was a whole purchase of that whole territory, and that was all part of that big area, like the whole southern area that was all part of Louisiana, parts of like Mississippi, and but there was that area. But so I mean, all the different nationalities had a piece of the United States before it was being formed. And of course, it just had to be, it was eventually states were being bought, they were being established, borders were being established, and it was moving further westward. Okay. Yeah, but but bottom line is the French still had a heavy influence down there. The French quarters, and they call that whole accent they have. That whole it's a strong Cajun accent. That whole Cajun was a French Quarter area, and a lot of them had that. They had that hybrid of the French, and of course the English. English and French was spoken as a kind of a hybrid, which almost became a Cajun accent. And yeah, but I think this is some of the stuff I know. But eventually, of course, over the years, it's kind of turned into what it is. But that was some of the origins as to why it was. But yeah, so a little bit of U.S. history. I still remember looking a lot about my geographical maps. I told you I was really into history. This was one of my strong points growing up. Was I loved history and I loved geography. I loved that stuff. In fact, I would go to the I told you I used to go to the Lynn Library, the Lynn Public Library. Beautiful library. Matter of fact, you ever want to look that up? Look up Lynn, Massachusetts Public Library. The thing actually looked like a Romanesque a structure. It was marble. It had columns in front of it. It looked like one of these institutes of higher learning. It was actually a magnificent building, the Lynn Library, Lynn Public Library. You never think that just my hometown had one of the most beautiful libraries. And again, it was like constructed to look like this Romanesque, almost Greek uh, architecture. A lot of it was made out of actual marble. And I used to spend a lot of time. In fact, I even joke now that that was my unofficial institution of learning right there was the Lynn Public Library because I didn't go to school a lot, but when I did, I'd go to the library and I'd look up atlases, encyclopedias, things like that, learn about history, about anything I could by just reading books. And that's where I consumed a lot of my education. But if you ever get a chance, it's in there. You look up the Lynn Public Library, you think you're looking at something out of like Rome or something. It was that cool of a building. I used to love that building. It's still there. It's still there to this day. And it was one of the most beautiful libraries. And that way I spent a lot of time there as well. That's a beautiful building. Hey, did you look it up, Vamp? I mean, if you looked up the thing, yeah, if you see what I'm talking about, it's in there. It's easy to look it up online. I told you, if you're looking it up, it is a beautiful building. Doesn't it look very It's got the columns. It had like the stairway leading up to it, all marble. Yeah, it was one of the better, more beautiful public libraries I've ever seen. Look, I know there's some great libraries out there. I mean, just saying, my own hometown had a nice little library. I used to love that library. But I did. I used to go there a lot. Yes, I did. Hey, there you go. There you go. Well, just think about 50 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, I spent a lot of time in there, just going in there after school and just learning stuff. And that was my, like I said, I guess you could say that was my institution, my own private little institution. And I self-taught myself. I used to just gravitate toward learning things that I needed to, things that piqued my interest. Okay. And I figured what's wrong, what's I thought nothing wrong with learning about history. I guess I wanted to know everything about basically the origin of history and things like that, of everything, and just understand it very well. So along the line, yeah, I learned that's where I went. Yes, I did. So there you go. So it is a nice looking building. Yeah. The Lynn Public Library. Oh, I know that's probably where I got this really thick Boston accent from that from going down that area too. Well, you got to figure that's right in the heart of that whole area, and of course that whole Lynn area was very heavily. They had a very heavy Boston accent. I mean, kind of like what I'm talking here now, but even more so than what I got. I mean, I actually think when I hear people talk from Lynn now, I hear the accent again. Like it's like, oh, I forgot what it sounded like, you know? Like I'm so separate from it even now. I'm like, even I don't sound like that. Like I lost even a little bit of that. So during school holidays, they'd have different events on. Okay, definitely Romanistic. Oh, yeah, I'd like see you're definitely Romanesque. I used to spend lots of time at the state library near the museum in my hometown, uh, as that would always have different things, especially dinosaurs. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean like little statues of dinosaurs, like things like that? You mean like, or like the skeletal remains? Usually they get that stuff in museums. Ever see the skeletal remains of dinosaurs they got hanging from like a ceiling or something like that? Or they put together a whole dinosaur, just a skeleton of it, and it's yeah. Hey, but that's proof that those things were what they were, right? So, the elevation along the river in the French Quarters is the highest in New Orleans, and it is essentially a big sandbar. That's why they call it the Crescent City. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Sounds it does sound nice down there, though. That's for sure. Before Europeans arrived, native tribes traded seasonally in what is the New Orleans area for like over 1,000 years. For European native tribes traded seasonally in what is New Orleans area. Oh, okay. Is that right? So it's got its own history and its very own history, even with its own well, you got to figure, of course, they had the native tribes had their own history and stuff too. So must have been a central location. I mean, you figure it's the mouth of the Mississippi River, and if you ever look at it's almost like it fingers off. It branches. It starts branching into different area. You know, the whole like it's not just one mouth that empties into like the Gulf of America. Is it called it? What is it? I know. Is it called the Gulf of America? Well, remember it used to be the Gulf of Mexico. Just recently, we've had a new president call it the Gulf of America. Is that caught on? I don't know if it, I always called it the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. Anyway, that Gulf there, it branches off. If you look at it, it fingers like it almost like fingers, like it comes out and the river starts to branch off right at that very end of the mouth, and it looks like it branches in many directions into the ocean at that point. But I would imagine at some point it must have been a good place to of commerce because of the accessibility to it. You know, you figure all these different fingers had these different ways of if anybody was maybe taking boats and they had to get into New Orleans, they could go through that whole Gulf area and maybe take boats up there, or they could come downstream, get downstream as well, and find that New Orleans area, that whole commerce way for these tribes and stuff. So it must have had a good vantage point for all those as well. Hey, also during the Civil War, that was one of the things that the North actually used to divide the Southern. They had to divide and conquer, which is the old way of warfare, and I believe they went up through like what was that called? Maybe Darius, you can help me on that. They had a name for that. I can't remember what it was, but basically they sent the Union troops up there and had blockades because most of the supply route for the South was right through the Mississippi River, and all they had to do was institute blockades going in and out of that seaway. And usually that was the supply route that supplied the whole South, and that was also the supply route from going to like different settlements, going up to like the Georgia area and going up. They would go around Florida and go supply routes up there. But once the North found a way to blockade that whole river and take control of it, they cut off the supply route for the South and they divided the South into two areas basically. And that was another one of the big turning points of the Civil War in the United States as well. But that had a name for it. I can't remember what that was. So exactly, there are places where it always dry during a flood season. There are bunches of old forts. Yeah, I can imagine there's a bunch of old forts, giant chains on left raft, cut off ship paths. Yep. Well, I can imagine so. Yeah. Uh, Sounds like an interesting place, though. So you like it down there in New Orleans? I would take it, though. Sounds like you're enjoying yourself down there, Darius. As far as living down there in New Orleans, and that's kind of neat. I'm kind of glad you. Sounds like you're enjoying it. I would be curious. I mean, I heard the food is outstanding down there. Um, yeah, down there in New Orleans too. The jambalaya, the gumbos, they get their own. They get their own way of cooking. It all came from that whole French influence way back when. But they had, yeah, one time I made myself some jambalaya. I actually wanted to, and I made it, and I realized how rich it was. But man, I just followed a recipe. Got some shrimp, got some like certain kind of sausage, got some. I don't. I think some of it calls for crawdads. Those crayfish. I didn't put crayfish in it. That seems a little tedious to me, but I didn't go that far. But sounded pretty. It was tasty though. Made some my own gumbo. Oh, excuse me, jambalaya. That's what it made. It was actually phenomenal. Yeah, cut off ship paths. Okay, all right. Well, what time is it? It is 11 o'clock already here. Tom, I'm happy every day, Tom. I have something to work on, and that's my own renting a whole oh, wait, I have something to work on, and that's my own. Renting a hole in New York was killing me, and I couldn't afford to enjoy myself. Oh, absolutely. Listen, just getting out of New York. I mean, you chose New Orleans, just getting out of that place, New York. Hey, you could have ended up in New Hampshire. You could have gone north to New Hampshire. People are, like I said, New Hampshire's a decent state. You would have probably been just better off too. I mean, either way. A lot of people from New York are doing that with New Hampshire as well. I mean, I came up here from Massachusetts, but family is here. Oh, your fam. Oh, I think you might have mentioned that before. You got family. That was the drawdown. I remember that now. Okay. Honey, my cat is falling asleep with my arms spread out, and she's oh, okay. Talking about our cat. Oh yeah. See, Vamp always talks about her cat. This is a certain time of night. I noticed that Vamp talks about her cat. Her cat's probably sitting on her lap and falling asleep on her. There's always a certain time she's talking about her cat. I noticed that. That is freaking adorable. I'm jelly. uh, Jealous that is, right? Oh my goodness. Cats are liquid. Cats are liquid, huh? I always thought cats were. Uh, I don't know what you mean by that. Do I want to know what you mean by that, Darius? I don't. Yeah. Well, so what are dogs? Are dogs mineral? I mean, I'm not sure what that means. Pet fee in my apartment is $40 per month. Oh, pet fee, $40 a month. Oh, that's right. If you want a pet and you have to have an extra pet fee for your apartments or something. I could have a dog if I wanted. I haven't got a pet. I'm just definitely she's on my lap. She was checking on me this morning by gentle patting my face with her paw. Oh, okay. There you go. There you go. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to tell you a little bit about where now people, I want to ask you something. Um as far as like our type, our plight, our now, do you typically does anybody ever find that you ever find these moments where you go into like a dead zone in a sense? I mean, sometimes I feel like I think a lot of times I think INFJs, I think we go through our life, we're loners, as you know, we're drifters for the most part. But I've been finding like lately in my case is I keep drifting into these numb places where my mind just like I don't feel like I don't feel happy, but I don't feel sad. I mean, I don't feel empty, but I don't feel full. You see? I mean, talking spiritually. I mean, not full like full belly, thing. Um, and sometimes I feel like sometimes I may talk and there's inspiration there, and your mind is going and things are filling you. Sometimes you go dry. Have you? That's the meh, honey rose. Is that what you're calling the meh? Like meh. That's just like that. That's a new term I've been noticing people say now. Meh. Like it's just it's nothing. It's just is that what that's called? Okay. When I get up and go out and get I'm busy with chores. Okay. So that's what Darius has got there. That's crazy. Here's some places. Oh, okay, wait. For my cat. Okay. No, I just wondered sometimes occasionally in my life, I mean, especially nowadays, I mean, I feel like I wonder if that's just typical. I mean, I don't think again, I think there has to be a little bit of a balance to everything. I mean, sometimes people think if you're going through any kind of like boredom, any kind of like uh an uninspiring moment in your life that's a problem. Some people would call this like a problem, like a lull, like an uninspiring spot of your life that needs to be filled. You know, you need to find another hobby. I I just wonder if sometimes we go through this because again, it's like what's his name Blaziken earlier. Now Blaziken, I just got into talking about how he was asking how he didn't know anything. How Blaziken was like you heard him say he's just doesn't know. He's and I told him it's okay not to know everything. We don't have to always think we figure out every answer in the time we're in. There's going to be many things you don't know. I tried to tell him that that's part of it. And eventually we find things, when we're ready to, we will discover what it is that we're supposed to find in the moment we're ready to accept it or learn from it in that moment. But it just brings me down to sometimes is that part of what your completion is just not always feeling like you're always happy, you're always content. Sometimes people get an idea that your let's say your state of your state of completion, your state of the kingdom of heaven, your state of grace, your whatever it is, whatever you think you've found. And if you found a certain level of contentment within your life spiritually, that you're always supposed to be happy. You're always supposed to be like inspired, and you're always supposed to feel like the the light of God is always beaming in your heart constantly. Um, but I don't think it is like that. I think there's some points in our life that not to say that God leaves you, not to say that you don't have that. It's just sometimes I think we go through dry spells. The mess as Honey Rose had said. To me, meh means it will change itself. Oh, okay. Is that what that means? All right. But I think a lot of times this can throw us off because sometimes I wonder, like, if there's something beyond that, or like sometimes it makes me think, did you fall off the course? Did you fall off your wagon? Leave your your state because you feel like you're not full anymore. But I don't think it means any of that. I think that it's just part of who we are. You're not always gonna. It's just not something you're always gonna feel constant. It's not a constant feeling of happiness always. You know, that's all I can imagine is because this is part of what I experience occasionally is the mez or the limbos. You know, I guess sometimes I always ask because I'm just curious to know if we all go through phases like that, and we all go through them. But just a thought, just something I wanted to ask. Okay. Date, I have a stuffer polar bear with the nickname blah blah. At the time, my psychologist wanted me to have something I can relate to or feel like I'd name my mood. Oh, okay. As let me see what you got. Blah blah. You have a polar bear, a stuffed polar bear named blah blah. Oh my gosh, I love that vamp, huh? Um, a psychologist wanted me to have something I can relate or feel at the time, but I have had a name my mood, even if I couldn't. Okay. Oh, all right. So as I used to feel blah or mess I just couldn't name my feelings. So I was just describing to her, and she was okay with that. And she said, well, that's okay as long as you just acknowledge those feelings. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you had a I'm glad you had good advice. Yeah. I guess that's all you can really do. That's all you can really do with that, I guess, is to just understand that it's all you really have. Um, again, I don't think we're supposed to be perpetually, giddy, perpetually inspired, like everything, it's just things come in waves, you know? I mean, think about this. Maybe this is the answer to this. I mean, look at the way look at the way nature is devised. We have seasons. We have our seasons, don't we? In nature, the earth goes through four seasons. We got spring, which is basically the end of winter, and that's usually the rebirth. And usually spring represents the rebirth, regrowth, things like that, right? And of course you have summer. Summer's all the perpetuation of the growth. Everything's hot, everything's like full. I mean, everything is just it's warm. Sometimes it's too warm, I know, but and then of course you got your fall. Now fall is still beautiful in its own way, isn't it? But that's usually the cycle has completed itself. All that new growth that everything had, animals have been born, animals have been grown, and in some cases, new generations of animals and people have already elapsed one more year, another growth cycle. And then, it's fall. I mean, trees and limbs turn different colors and they shed their leaves, don't they? So maybe in a sense, okay, then you got winter, and winter is usually that's where everything gets painful again. You go through a harsh, cold time where everything is oh whoever did that. Oh, well, somebody just donated $5. Uh, I think the mez actually a reward. Become aware of the reward as you get the reward of knowing it actually means peace for the moment. Have gratitude. Very deep. The person. Well, well, thank you for that. You definitely got your Listen, you got your point across there. You have a super chat right there. That's what super chat's all about there, people. Right there, he's got this super chat right here. Let me read this again. I think the Met is actually a reward. Become aware of the reward, and you get the reward of knowing it actually means peace for the moment. Have gratitude. Hey, that's whoever that was. Oh, that's personality pill. Oh, Jethro, that was you. Gosh, Jethro, you didn't have to do that, man. But either way, very knowledgeable. That is that. There you go. I tell you, that's yeah. That there you go. Then Jethro, that's very meaningful. Okay. Um, personality pill donated. Yes, I see that. Yes, thank you so much, Jethro. Oh man. Okay. Um, where did you go? All right, I'm gonna highlight that. Yeah. Okay. First one, the super chat. Okay, that was the first one on the super chat then. Well, thank you so much for that. Very very wise insight. I think you're right. But what I'm saying is too is I you can compare it to almost having seasons in a sense. I mean, just as there are seasons in the weather, seasons in our life and our environment, I think in a sense do we have certain seasons in our temperament, in our spirit. We have certain times in our life where we go through these moments of great insight and we start realizing and understanding certain things where we grow like springtime in our spirit and we have realizations and epiphanies and things hit us and sometimes we feel more filled like we're growing and sometimes we sustain like that for a while but then again we have these other bouts in our life like I'm talking about the mess as we're calling this and this is where we go dormant a little bit. We have to regroup. It doesn't mean that there's anything like we're missing anything. Nothing's being taken away from us. Nothing is being depleted from us. We're still whole. We're just not up. We're not down. We're kind of in a state of neutrality. That's another way I've always thought. I've always felt like I was in states of neutral, you know, where you're not high, you're not low, you're just in the middle. You're kind of existing, you're idling. Yeah. So and again, that's a way of just reflecting that, yeah, you're going to reach these points spiritually where you're not going to have a lot of growth, just like the seasons. But I do want to say that's a very interesting way of putting that, Jethro. Thank you for that insight, and I do thank you for the donation. That was very charitable of you. Thank you. Uh, I agree. I live day to day, especially of my health, and I'm unsure if I feel 100%, especially with my headaches and migraines. Oh, okay. You live day to day, especially with your health, if I'm unsure. Yeah. Sometimes I got to tell you the truth. I mean, I know I'm not the same I was when I was 30 something years ago. I mean, I know I'm only 61 years old. I know that might come to a shock to some people. Some people think I don't look my age. Okay. But I am. I'm 61. And but I tell you, some days I feel every ounce of 61, and sometimes I feel older than that. Like my ankles ache, my joints ache. I feel like I get out of bed, I can hardly stand up straight. And sometimes I get a certain breathing thing that's coming in too. Sometimes I've noticed my breathing's changing. And sometimes I wonder like things are happening. And I've had a few medical things go on in the last few years. I've had some health scares of my own. I don't keep you filled in on all of them, but I've had to have a couple procedures done, a couple of things go on, stents in the heart. I've had heart problems. I've had problems with kidneys. Yeah, if you can believe it. I mean, I try not to, I leave it out as much as I can. I don't like to talk about it, but part of me says, I mean, things just start changing. And sometimes, but then you start reaching a certain age and you wonder how much time you got. How long do I got? You know, because it just makes you wonder. That's all. I hate to be one of those downers. I mean, I like to think I live day to day. I live my best life as much as I can, but yeah, but at the same time, you got to kind of you got to keep in the back of your mind the reality of your mortality, I guess you could say. So I actually came up with that listening to what you were saying because an INFJ myself, hearing it outside myself helps me understand of things tremendously. In other words, see, that's why I'm asking this because I'm thinking if I say this and we're all going through similar phases like that, and just knowing that it's typical, it's typical, maybe not typical just to our personality. This could be anybody. This could be just anybody on a spiritual quest, on a whatever it is that they're internally loving, looking. But also the fact that being INFJs the way we are, we lack that certain extroverted sense. Okay. Now, typically, I think that has a lot of play in with what happens. I think typically extroverted sensing types, they're always looking for that. They're always looking for that stimulation in their world. They always need something to be happening. They need to be doing something. I mean, a lot of times these ES types, EST types, whether they're J's or I'm not saying all of them, but they always need to be doing something. They need to be occupied a lot of times. They don't sit well introspecting. They don't sit well by themselves alone, just contemplating the depth of their mind. Okay. These types need that. I think they handle things differently. And when they get their mez, as I'm talking about, what do? They just go hit the gym a little more. Do they just go play more basketball? A lot of times that's where they take it. They just start doing more physical activities. Maybe they start building tree houses or going down whitewater rafting. So that kind of masks the mess. How about that? Now, typically INFJs, I think we might mask those every so often by trying to find distractions. But at some points, though, too, because we have a weak extroverted sensing as well, we're very introspective and we're always trying to figure out our mind. Maybe we recognize these things. They become a little bit more things that we can sit with, but we wonder, sit there in limbo. At least this is my interpretation too. Um, but you got to, but again, other types would take these meds and call this boredom. Just call this, I need something to do. I need to find something to do. And they find things to do. But typically, like I said, for me to ask that question to you is because this is what we go through. Okay. Um, and this is where our mind goes. Sometimes we tend to be in our mind more than anything, and we don't really find a lot of. There's not a lot of outlet that will consume us. Just we'll see it for what it is. Now, who doesn't like to go do something? I mean, we'd like to do something fun. Yeah, you like to go places. I'm not saying that don't do it, but sometimes we kind of. At least I know I do. I know why I'm doing it. It's like I'll tell myself, I'm doing this because I'm I I might be bored and I'm going to do this because I have something I need to do. Other people it's just automatic. That's just how their life is. But okay, but anyway, that was a great explanation of what meh means. So, I got to say that was good. All right. Uh, okay. Just almost 9:30. I'm going to head out. Still haven't eaten. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for hanging out, Honey Rose. And haven't eaten anything. And it's okay. Well, then there you go. Okay. Actually, what I was thinking of doing, like I can stick around here till about midnight. What do you think, people? And I know there was a couple of marathon runs I did before, but I figure if I stick around to about midnight, that'll give us about another half hour here. Okay. And we'll do that. So, okay. Okay. So, but if anybody has anything, looks like we have the regular breakfast club here for the most part. Okay. Looks like we got most of our regulars in the house. Hey, where is Harp? I haven't seen. Oh, maybe Harp. This might have messed him up. Harp's typically here on a Saturday night. Maybe Harp's got Hey, Blaiskin, I came back. Blaiskin, how you doing there, sir? It's good to see you out there. All right. I was just talking about how Harp. I haven't seen Harp tonight. Maybe because it's Sunday night, there must have been something else he's got going on. Not only that, I think he told me he's starting to date a girl. He started to go on. He started. Yeah, maybe he's you know dating. Maybe. Hey, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all. So maybe he's got some plans going on with his new yeah, somebody. Tom, should I do that? Okay, what are we talking about? Blaiskin asking a question. Hey, it came back. Hi, Vampy. Tom, should I do that? Do what? What are we talking about, Blaiskin? You got to talk to me. You're asking me to, should I do something, and I'm not sure what you're talking about. You got to be a little more specific there, kid. Good for him in getting out there. Oh yeah, of course it's good for him. He's getting out there, yeah, because I know Blaiskin. Yeah, he sounds. Excuse me, not Blaiskin. We're talking about Harp. I just saying we missed Harp out there. Usually he's out here, but again, it's a different day for him, and it must be that he's Sunday wasn't working for him to be here today. That's all. So dating, yes, he's out there dating. Yeah, okay, that's good. Tom, should I do that? Oh, what are you talking about? Talking about dating? What are we talking about, Blaiskin? You talking? uh, peekaboo, Blaiskin. Darius, Darius, peekaboo, Blaiskin, huh? Yeah, he kind of disappears. He comes back. That's good though. Yeah, we're sticking around here for another half hour or so. So, um, well, whatever it is you asking me what you should or shouldn't do, you know. Now, all I can imagine is as long as it's not illegal, you know. That's all. Don't do anything illegal. Oh, I meant to say something, Blaiskin. I obviously I know you didn't take this to heart. A couple weeks ago, I kind of felt bad. I told you something. I thought, oh, I hope he didn't take this the wrong way. I made a comment to Blaiskin. I said, he was talking about he went to Canada. I think he was with his family. He wanted to spend some time up in Canada, right? And then I remember saying like how the drinking laws were like less down there. I think you can buy alcohol or you could drink when you're like 16 or 17 in Canada. So I said, yeah, technically, Blaiskin, if he's probably young enough to drink in Canada. And then I joked around and said, hey, now, Blaiskin, go out and get yourself hammered. I says, go out there and drink a bunch and get all drunk and get so drunk and hungover that you never want to do it again. And I remember thinking, what if I should have said that? I was only kidding with him. And I always wondered if I thought, oh, I hope he doesn't take that seriously, But I didn't mean that, Blaiskin. So I mean, I thought about that later. It bugged me. Like I don't know if I should have said that. Kind of overthought it a little bit. So don't worry, Tom. I didn't drink any of that. Oh, okay. All right. I knew that. I just wanted to let you know after I said that. Now this was probably 2-3 weeks ago, and I said that, and I thought it bothered me though. After I went off the live, and later on for a couple days after, I was bothered. I thought, man, I hope he didn't take that the wrong way, or I hope he knew I was joking with him, But apparently you knew that. Okay. Vampy, wait, what did I miss? Oh, okay. I quit drinking in 2001. It's not a good thing. And if it takes you, I lost years to alcoholic drinking to escape myself. Not worth the pain. Darius, speaking from a man of experience right there. 2001. See, sounds like you wrestled with alcoholism, Darius. Absolutely. Um, look at, I mean, yeah, I can, I mean, that's definitely, no doubt you lose yourself to alcohol. I mean, they call that the delightful poison. Yeah, that's definitely something that we could be tempted into doing. And, being that it's so readily available, being that it's so, it just it has a certain easiness about it. Yeah, and you can escape very easily into just into it. Yeah, but I'm glad you're not drinking anymore. I definitely am glad of that. Okay, there's no doubt. It seems to me that that's the most easy one to get addicted to is alcohol. Being alcoholic or just being addicted to the escape of that, it's the easiest, because it seems like it's the most socially acceptable. I mean, you think about it. We socially accept drinking all the time. It's part of our culture. Hang around, have a couple beers, life loosen up a little bit. People get a little bit more funny. They get a little bit less stuffy because you loosened up. The alcohol did it. It's socially acceptable. It's not like those taboo drugs, like the hard ones, like the ones you have to wait out in the schoolyard to get. You know what I'm saying? Even weed. Weed at one point was kind of a sub thing, but alcohol, it's so readily acceptable, and it was so naturally, of course, you can see people getting further and further into doing that, and then start losing themselves into the whole alcoholism. Yeah, but again, that's all about it's all about escaping our the pain of of us of our existence, basically. Now, I think anybody can be susceptible to that, but you gotta. I would hope that well, we hope we were strong enough to see past that and introspect. Sounds like you did, though. Sounds like you did just that, though. All right, Blaziken. Wait, what did I miss? Okay, talked about drinking. Quit 2021. Started my marriage was falling apart. 30 and 40ish years. 46 now. Oh, Darius, you're 46 years old now. 46. Okay. All right. Gosh, you're still much younger than I am, aren't you? Yeah. Plus, you were a science teacher. Weren't you Bill Nye the Science Guy back in school or something like that? Yeah, I remember a lot about you, Darius. I remember the conversations we've had. Your story fascinated me. Especially what fascinated me was your intelligence and your contraptions. Yeah. Okay. I was an alcoholic. Oh, vamp. I was an alcoholic, but it doesn't seem it. I was in a dark place after my mom passed, though I did a lot of bad things. Yeah. So that really got you talk about your mom passing quite a bit. That really devastated you, didn't it? Now that really hurt, didn't it? I can tell. I know my mom passed 5 years ago, and it took me the longest time. Now she was 88. I was already in my late 50s when she passed. But I tell you, it devastates you. I mean, to me, it did. I mean, depends on the level of your of who, your mother, but apparently it does a lot of numbers to us. It's like a heartbreak you never get over. It really is what that is. And it took me many years to get over my own mom's passing, and I really was surprised on how deep it hurt, how much deep it cut me. You know, and it took many years to get over that. So I felt the same way. Darius said, Blazkin, don't fall into escaping yourself. It's not worth struggling trying to figure out yourself without substances. I used to hide, vamp, I used to hide alcohol in my room. Oh, did you? Blaze, can you hold true to yourself, but it's up to you to open up to them, become seductive, if what you say. Oh, Vamp fundamental secrets is the way to jeopardize the future. Okay, I'm going to throw out a. Okay, Darius, I'm going to throw out a Vegas quote. I don't want someone who sees. Oh, Jethro, you threw another one out there. Look at that. Oh, Jethro threw another super chat out there. Hey, look at this guy. Wow. Throwing another one out there, huh? Tom, definitely. I lived with my mom, but well, my dad watched to get her sick, and it upset me that I couldn't tell my brothers till later that in life. Oh, I do wonder. Now, this is a super chat. I do wonder as if INFJs don't drink much, but when you do, it helps the pressure reveal from no relive. relive your from your cognitive functions. As an INFJ, I drink and chuck. Okay. Uh, helps the pressure relief from your cognitive functions. As an INFJ, I drink and chuck. Okay. All right. Uh, well, that's interesting. Drink and chuck. Now, what does chuck mean? Chuck means was that like oh, what makes alcohol exciting? I am curious. BC, I never have done it. I drank to dumb myself down. Oh, Darius and the delusion that it's helped me. Listen, Blaziken, anytime you take away it's not just the alcohol. I mean, alcohol is the most, like I said, readily available, socially acceptable one. Okay. And now, listen, in moderation, alcohol has a good benefit. Like if you drink a glass of red wine once a night, especially as you get older. Now, I'm starting to do that. I drink a glass of red wine at night, and I deliberately do that because I've had problems with cholesterol. And something in the red wine, having it a one day, it's supposed to help reduce the cholesterol and keep your body a little more flowing. Okay. Now there's some good benefits to alcohol if it's taken in moderation. Okay. It's only when you do it excessively, when you drink it too much, too and get overly drunk with it. Let's say is when it becomes a problem. Okay, that's all it is. Again, everything's in moderation, but basically, it all is it's doing is it's a poison in a sense. It's fermented berries. Alcohol is fermented. Okay, it's fermented hops, berries, whatever it is. You're taking something and you're basically fermenting it. You're making it um, like a poison in a sense. And what it does is it gets inside and it gets into it gets into the brain and it starts to work on the brain. It just alters the chemistry of your brain, and it just makes things a little bit less cogent. Makes things you just don't you're not thinking clear. You're thinking in slurs. In fact, you start speaking in slurs. It slurs your speech. It slurs your judgment. Makes you stagger. I mean, and in some ways, it makes you forget your pain. Okay. This is what the allure of it is that a lot of times that talk we had earlier when you were asking about not knowing anything and being in limbo and searching. Now, listen, sometimes that can be painful. There are painful moments in our life when we introspect and we have to face things. They're painful. Now, some people, a lot of people, most of us, in fact, I have done this. We run from our pain. And one of the easiest ways of running from your pain is to consume alcohol to excess. Okay. That's basically what it is. Okay. Or even take drugs, pills, anything that alters your mind, alters your reality, makes you forget about the pain that you're in, is going to just temporarily make you forget about life. Now, the addiction happens because what happens, you're always going to come down. You're not going to be drunk forever. I mean, I suppose somebody could try doing that, but you but now what's going to happen is um you see our nature is that we're going to feel guilty for doing this just that. There's going to be guilt for the fact that we killed our conscious. We're going to feel guilty for the fact that we escaped into a narcotic. Now that guilt needs to be now not only are you in pain from your life. Now you have guilt for the fact that you escaped. So now you have that to face as well as your crutch. So what do? You drink more. Now you drink again. Now you get drunk again. All right. You come down off that. Now you get two drunks you got to feel guilty about because you escaped twice. You escaped that. So you keep perpetuating. You go down this vicious circle of like a spiraling staircase of of escaping, of feeling guilty for escaping. Now you need more to escape into. Now you need more alcohol, or you need just more stronger alcohol, stronger drinks. or you need to get drunker to keep killing the pain that you keep adding to. Okay. And this is where alcoholism happens. And then you get so used to running from your pain that you need higher and higher substances. Some people need deeper substances. Now they need other things to mix into other things. That's why people start mixing and they start mixing other drugs because they're trying to sink into the lower and lower to get away from the conscious that they are running from. And it's a never ending circle. This is where people become alcoholics. Okay. But at some point, though, everybody, we listen. We're talking to a couple right here. We've all had drinking problems. Listen, I've done things like that. Mine wasn't necessarily always alcohol. I did substances. I did stupid things. I did do things. Okay, and I think we've all been down that way. But at some point, something has to click in. Maybe your health. At some point, your health is going to fail. At some point, your liver is going to give way. At some point, your lungs are going to give way. You're going to abuse your body to a point where you can't even do this stuff anymore. And you're going to have no choice but to face yourself. Okay. So that's basically what this is. It's a never ending escape, and substances are the easiest ones. And alcohol is a very easy go to do this. Okay. But I'm here to tell you right now, you have to be aware that these are your proclivities. If just understanding that this is where you are, this is how the mind works, this is human nature to want to run from our pain. And just understanding this right off the bat should at least give you the wisdom and the know-how and the knowledge to know that it can get out of control, especially if you've been down that route, like some of us have. Okay, we all looks like we've struggled a little bit. Each and every one of us have. Okay, so I hopefully I explained that to you. All right. That's why that's what it's all about. Okay. And so then that's why you got to kind of keep an eye on how you uh how you run from things and why you should face things too as well. Okay. Blazekin, I heard a lot of people do that. Escaping into a healthy activity. Try being a service. Like some people now, people do that. You know, people might hit the gym and they might start working out heavy. Now that's kind of an escape in a way. That can be. You hear about people. Now listen, there's a lot of people go to the gym and they get really in good shape, and they're doing this in a healthy way. Now, again, you have to understand that the whole releasing endorphins into your blood when you start working out and you start, yeah, you endure and release these endorphins, which actually makes it like they call that runner's high. And that's a natural thing. Now you could say, well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's healthy because you're eating good, you're working out, and technically you're absolutely right. These are good, healthy ways of releasing your stress levels, and people do this in a healthy way. Okay, but as long as there should always be Blazkin, one thing I can tell you right now is that you have to have an acknowledgement. As long as you are not oblivious to who you are, and as long as you are aware of these qualities that you have, okay, it's our awareness of understanding that this is what we're doing. Okay, as long as you just know, all right, listen, talk about these escaping and not facing you just have to know this within yourself. Sometimes just and having an awareness, having a knowledge of what you're doing and how you're doing is enough for you to be aware of it. And when you're aware of it, you can keep this thing from turning into something that gets too obsessive by just your awareness and acknowledgement of your your mind and where it could go as a human being, as human nature, and as you personally. It's all about knowing yourself. That's all it is. Okay. Alcohol is a depressant. It affects your mood and other things. Yeah, that's right. Darius, what do you mean? Blazekin, Vampy, I meant more along the lines of having a secret of hating me for them. Blazekin, you don't. Sometimes we'll secret. It's just a life. Blazekin, you don't know someone will keep your secret. It's just life. I find it someone opens up to you in confidence, then you may spill something out on your own, but not everything. Okay. Vampire. I meant so along the lines of hating and secret and hating me for them. Oh, okay. Yes, Blazekin. I think you have everybody on this chat taking you under their wing, aren't you? I think just about all of us. Yeah, you kind of grow on people that Blazekin, don't you? Mr. 1000 over there. Hey, there's a reason, right? There you go. Um, I admit to my shadow. Darius, I have some very, listen, I have some very, very wise, like I admit to my shadow self, my dark side, that I risk sharing too much. People don't like good people having a dark side. Having a dark side is the fear. Oh, whoa. I admit to my shadow self, my dark side is that I risk sharing too much. People don't like good people having a dark side is their fear. Oh, you fear sharing too much. Yeah, sometimes I think um I tend to like let my guard down a little bit. When I get overly familiar with somebody, I might reveal too much. I think I did a lot of that earlier on in my life. I definitely got a little bit too revealing about things and I'd let things go. Yeah, I guess I get that. I can definitely see that happening. Um, yeah, and I think that's something that's part of us. Yeah, that we tend to get overly trusting sometimes as we get to know people. Yeah, we might reveal something too much. I've actually had that happen where I've opened up to too many people or the wrong people, and yeah, then they use it against you. Yeah. Vampy. Let's see. What do we got here? Personality. I don't think Blazkins is afraid of knowing himself. I think Blazkins is ahead of his time with a lot of information, and it confuses him. Oh my gosh! See, Jethro, very very excellent framing of what you just said. Ahead of his time, and he's just and it confuses him. In other words, I think he said something very profound back a couple months ago when he first came in here that was so like mind blowing. What was that? I repeated that a couple of times. You're absolutely right, Jethro. He's very much ahead of his time. He's like very deep. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Anakin Skywalker. Remember when Anakin was a kid? And they said he had the more metachlorians, even more than Master Yoda. Yeah, he's got more midichlorians. He's like, remember that whole speech there? And um, so he turns out he was the chosen one. But of course, Anakin was all naive and everything, though. But he was still a kid. But he had potential, and he had the naturally had the force was strong within him. You saw that in that whole pod race, remember? Yeah, Blaze. Blaze, I used to tell people a lot when I was younger, but when I got older, I just trusted my circle. My ex wouldn't. Why I would hold a lot of inside, but the extroverted and call never speak his mind. Oh gosh, uh, can be Darius. INFJs can be intimidating. Yeah, yeah, they can be. They can be. Sometimes I got to tell you the truth. Sometimes I see that in myself all the time. I see that. I mean, people. I don't know what it is. Maybe not the second, but how many times have I gone on here? Strangers come in and they say, "Hey, you look like some drug Colombian drug lord guy." Like, oh, really? Is it the stare? What? Hey, I don't know if you've been there, Darius. You should see what some people say about what I look like. Now, so many people have heard that. Sometimes I wear the blazer. They think I look like a mob boss, and depending on the haircut, yeah. So yeah, go figure. I mean, I know what you mean. It's definitely like that. And I've always been like that. Yeah. Definitely having an intimidating thing going on there. And plus, I think a lot of it is the whole mystery. There's a mystery behind an INFJ too, especially especially this, there's a stoic mystery side of them. They can project out, and people are sometimes afraid and intimidated by just something they don't quite all fully understand, or something that they don't have a read on. A lot of times, most people read people, right? And here's another reason why a lot of people are easily readable. They just have the way they dress, the way they are, the expression on their face. They might have a certain oblivious kind of a, a little, most people have a look on their face. Have you ever seen, now, I'm not making fun of people, but some people that just go through life with that, I don't know how to describe it, kind of like a half smirk, like a kind of a lost look, like they're in their life, but they're kind of in a coma, and I see this. You look at an INFJ, they don't looking like that. They're usually very serious. Because listen, I'm basing this on myself. Very serious and straightforward. They usually don't have a lot of declination in their tone. The way at least that's the way I am. Okay. Maybe they don't, just the way they speak, but also there's that stare about them. Everything about just the whole package of the INFJ basically spells out somebody that is mysterious, unreadable. My point is, these people with the look on their face, that kind of a half look, smirky thing, they're easy to read. You can kind of see you can see right through these people. You know what, very, very fast what they are all about. And a good majority of people are like this. You can see right through them almost immediately. But INFJs are like, they're not that. They're hard to read. They're hard. They have an expression on their face that's usually very stoic and blank, no expression, because of the fact that they're so much in their own inner world, and they're not in that extroverted sensing world. They're in there, and it's a serious world to them, and their expression is usually, they're emanating from that world, their whole essence of who they are, and that's a mysterious world to everybody else. That introverted, intuitive world is mysterious, and you can't read that. So that's intimidating. Okay. Can't. So you had to get me going there, didn't you, Darius? You just had to get me going there. Uh, oh. Um, okay, vamp. Okay, let me move this up. I'm just kind of sitting up a little bit here. Gosh, my face is like huge here. This camera's like too close. What's up with the camera here? Jethro was playing a lot of PGT into a tournament, hundreds of tournaments, and winning dozens of tournaments. I felt depressed and wanted to stop, but I kept feeling like I had to continue. Oh, see, that was your way of all those tournaments like you're talking about. Yeah, that was all that winning and stuff. Yeah, that's all part of that whole thing that you go through. Like I was talking about, you know, it's all that whole stimulation that keeps our mind occupied. Yeah, the whole world is built like that, Blaiskin. Basically, let me get back into that whole thing we were talking about before about facing yourself. That inner voice that we have, that inner conscience that we have, is always there. Okay. But we have an entire system, an entire world, a whole culture that is based on forgetting that, is based on um, basically escaping from it. The whole culture does this. And so, yeah, it's all based on keeping us distracted at all times so that but yeah, it's just the way it is because they want us to be. It's almost like society likes the fact that we're lost, likes the fact that we're needy, that we haven't found a completion um, within us, hasn't found our authentic selves, because you can't control somebody that is real and genuine. You cannot manipulate them. You just can't. All right. So that's why that's why human nature wants to keep us in this oblivious state, this comatose state in a sense, and keep us from finding our true selves. They want, you see what I mean? Vampy, what do you mean? it's like it's like a dopamine chase. Whoa, dopamine chase. There you go. Darius gets it. He knows what we're talking about. Dopamine. That's that whole thing out of his games. Video games can do that to you too. Yeah, we can be stimulated from sights, sounds, and just bright lights and glitzy gadgets. They don't always have to be substances like drug substances, but yeah, anything that distracts you from your inner guide, your inner soul. Not to say you have to be after this 24/7, but there are moments in your life you have to listen to your conscience. You have to look into the pits of your soul, okay? And you have to wonder what it all means. Uh, Polymath is many skilled, sometimes called the dabbler, but in reality, the form of very high intelligence. Gosh, Darius, where do you know this stuff, man? Good gosh. Palomath, polymath is in many skilled, sometimes called dabble. It's a very high intelligence. So they call that polymath, huh? Really? Polymath. Oh wow. Well, see now you got Darius over here. Listen, Darius, very, very smart guy, no doubt. I don't think I'm a polymath. uh, you know what? I got to say, I've never heard of that one, Darius. Listen, I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know everything about everything. And I don't know about that. How about that? I'm telling you. I'm a polymath. It's not easy being green. Oh my gosh. Polymath, huh? All right. You're a polymath, huh? This means a very high intelligence. Hey, but you know what? You could put a label on different things. I mean, hey, the thing is too. I mean, there's been studies about how what they think INFJ minds are neurodivergent, which is another type of deeper way of thinking too, which gives you like that higher plane of computing everything. It's almost like a three-dimensional mind. I mean, your mind actually has a dimension to it, and I could see that being the case because there's certain times in my life, certain times I see things unfold very rapidly. Like when I try to like compute what I'm seeing, whether it be mathematic or whether it be like physics, and stuff like that. I see things like unfold very quickly, and sometimes I wonder if it's like that's part of like the neurodivergent mind going on there. I wonder if that has something to do with your polymath. Maybe being that maybe you have a touch of neurodivergence, which actually which is linked to having a higher intelligence, which is the polymath, as you're calling it there. But again, that's something I'm brand new to right there. That whole term you just came up with. Okay, so we got here, Vampy. It's always returning. Oh, we're talking about winning tournaments, endless rat race. Yeah, he's talking about winning tournaments. Now, we talking about a video game tournament? You're not. Are you making money off these tournaments, Blaze, or is this just for fun? I mean, some of these tournaments, some of them offer cash prizes and things like that. You can get paid for them. I don't know if that's what you're doing or not, but I mean, some people are into that kind of thing. Sure, but that'd be something else. Yeah, pay no attention to that time in the background on that radio. I'm just now noticing I can actually read the time. It's saying 7:57. Now, pay no attention. That is not the proper time. Just want you to know that. It's actually 12:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as you know. Okay. Oh, it's a card game, Tom. Oh, okay. Yes, I won a few thousand. Oh, Blaziken's winning money off a card game. Whoa, hey, there you go. He's a regular card guy going here. You know? Hey, watch out for the dead man's hand. What's that? A pair of aces and a pair of eights. Ever hear that story about Wild Bill? No, wait. Wait a minute. Who was it? Who was the guy that had the dead man's hand? Was it Wild Bill Hickok? He was a gambler. Yeah. Somebody tracked him down and shot him in the back. He was like notorious gambler. And he was a gunman too. He was a gunslinger back in the Wild West. And I do believe he was holding a hand playing poker, and he had a pair of eights and a pair of aces as he was shot by the whoever it was that killed him. So infamously they called that the dead man's hand. How about that, huh? So, but okay. So anyway, so you're playing cards, you're making thousands of dollars. Good gosh, yeah, yeah. But still, Blaiskin, I really think you need to find a physical activity that's really like running, hitting a punching bag, training in a weapons, jump rope, basketball, golf, tennis, lifting weights, something. Hey, listen. Jethro's got a good point, Blaiskin. What he's just said right there about having a physical outlet release. Listen to him. Okay. I'm glad they listen. Everybody's trying to help you out there, and you got some great advice from just about everybody out here. Have you noticed that? You noticed that? I see the things they're writing, and they're absolutely 1,000% true. All right, It's- that'd be a good idea. Maybe take some physical activities. Okay, yeah, there's no doubt about that. So, Blaze, uh, I do cross country running, and I am not good at weightlifting and not very strong. Well, well, you do some cross country running then, huh? Okay. Well, at least that's something then, anyway. Blaze, like every sport I enjoyed, I had a background. He would always push me to do better, but had a passion. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, I got to tell you, people. Let's see. What are we doing here? Uh, I can't do that right now, right? All right, not now. Okay, well, I just pushed a button. Now I'm trying to get I'm trying to get a screen off of here. Oh wait, I don't want to do that. Cancel, cancel. Why did I just do that? I got me a. All right, let's. Oh, see, things come up in my little windows here. I just actually. I'm sure you didn't see that on your end. I'm sure. Okay, I think it's my inferior TE grip state that makes me obsessively winning over tournaments. uh, Blaiskin, you are young. You can get as strong as you want. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, Blaiskin, you're barely 18 years old. I mean, you're just barely old enough to vote, unless maybe you are 18 now, but you're just still a kid there. Yeah, you got a whole life ahead of you. There's no doubt about that. So, well, I'd like to think he's in the right place though. He seems to be gravitating toward this click over here. There's got to be something of value that he's I'm turned 18 in 2 weeks. Well, there you go. There you go. All right. Turning 18 in 2 weeks. So you're going to be a legal adult. Yeah. Now that's a big milestone right there. No doubt about that. No doubt. It happens fast, doesn't it? You know? So, well, hopefully how many hours you got before you reach 4,000, Tom? Oh, I'm actually very close, Jethro. I'm actually I've gone over a year on the channel so far. I've already gone beyond the year mark. I think I did that a couple weeks ago. In fact, I had made a point to say that this would be the anniversary. This would be the 52nd week. This was the year of the channel. Now, what happens is, what happens though, they mark that 4,000 hours based on a 365 days. So every day that I go, I'm actually losing the hours that I had early on that I accumulated. But the thing is, they weren't that many. It wasn't until I started doing a lot of live broadcasts that I really started getting the hours. But yeah, no, I'm very close though to getting the 4,000. but I still have an imbalance on my channel. I still need to work on. You see, my videos that I put out now, they're good videos. I haven't quite gotten to the viral part where I'm getting like over 1,000 views every one. You know, I always thought that if I had over 1,000 subscribers, that would happen. That all came with the territory, but it doesn't necessarily. It all depends on what the algorithm wants to push. So even if I had 4,000, they would start giving me ad revenue and things like that. But it wouldn't be like a whole lot yet unless I had like videos that I put out regularly that were getting thousands of like um, thousands of hits, thousands of likes, and and watches, views, and things like that. So still, put that in membership. Yeah, there's so many things. Yeah, membership. I could do that. I'd have to offer some kind of like perks on memberships and things like that. Um, on when you reach 3,000, right? Okay. Yeah. Uh, Grown up essential, being an adult and optional. Still love it. A lot of childish. Yeah, membership. Yeah, put that member. Yeah, the membership. I keep saying that eventually when I get into the 4,000, yeah, I need to start changing things. I need to start really cracking down and making things happen here. There's a lot of things I haven't quite mastered yet, as far as like I'm still learning. In fact, I'm in the process now. I have this OBS studio. It's actually free here on you. It's free. It's a Google app, and it's totally free. But it has all these different windows. It has different scenes on it. Like you can like add a scene, put your face in the window down here, maybe have a reaction video, and then you can move a scene and have a different one. You can navigate between three or four scenes and do like different video styles. And then I guess they have DaVinci Resolve as another free app that's in there. But again, these things, I tell you, they're a crash course on learning them. You got to spend a lot of hours just poking around with your mouse, going into windows. I've been even looking at tutorials here on YouTube as far as like just how to actually run um, the OBS studio, and it takes a lot of. It's definitely going to take me some serious time to work with it. I've spent a lot. I got to take time to figure it all out. It looks easy to some of these YouTubers that are like doing the tutorials. They know all this stuff. It's like you can tell they spend a lot of time doing it. And maybe they're the type that were very computer savvy in any way. But again, it's like there's a lot has to be learned. That's one thing I thought. People think YouTubing is easy. Maybe it can be to some people. Maybe it can be. To me, the way I'm built, the way my mind is, I mean, I know I get certain smarts about things, street smarts, like common sense, things like that. I got a lot of like different things going for me. And I think you see this every day, but I know where I lack too. And sometimes I think I lack on like, it's almost like my extroverted sensing thing. It's like this whole idea of really learning like technical things on computers. This is one of my like it's always been like that. For one thing, I'm kind of old fashioned, didn't grow up in the same era, didn't wasn't really exposed to a lot of like technology. In fact, I even avoided it. I even kind of stayed away from it as long as I could. I always kind of preserved something, thought like, I stayed away from it as long as I could. And then I realized I had to say, look, the world is changing. The world is now all about this high tech computer development, things like that. This is what the world is. You have to adapt. I had to almost tell myself, I got to find adaptation here. So again, but I'm doing it on my own speed. So here I am, like an older guy, old fashioned, still old fashioned, like, but that's where my weak spot is. My weak spot is modern technology, and actually learning it, you know, because I've never really been exposed to that. So this is my drawback on my channel. So I have a maybe I got a good a presence about me. There's certain, like I said, aspects I have, but going deeper into the pushing the buttons in the system and software, man, I'll tell you, that's where I got a lot to learn. So, but yeah, no, I'm very close to the 4,000. But like I said, it's not gonna. I'm not all of a sudden gonna keep generating things unless I put out videos that get lots of hits and they do a lot of watch hours, and then they have to draw in a certain amount of like hours per video and show certain ads and certain, like draw in certain ad time for them to actually give me any, make it anything profitable. I mean, I'd like to think someday, honestly, Jethro, I'd like to think someday, and maybe as I retire, I mean, this would be like a job. I've said that before, but again, I didn't realize the actual dedication it takes, It's definitely a, okay, let me see. What are we writing here? Okay, Blaiskin, how can I know if I'm depressed? Okay, Vampy, maybe that's not how I am. Wonder if I'm depressed. Doesn't even matter what personality you have. Okay. Okay, we're just talking about Blaze. Can you think you're depressed over here? Is that what we're talking about? Good gosh, Blaiskin, what makes you think you are depressed now, huh? Uh, Tom, I feel the same way for INFPs and the blind side functions. I was cranky until my 40s and quitting drinking. Oh yeah, Darius, cranky to your 40s till you quit drinking. That's good. Right. And what else do we got here? I missed a whole bunch of different. I missed a bunch of chats. I got into talking a little bit there, didn't I? Put up the membership. Maybe I'll have to do that. Listen, like I said, I keep talking. I don't want to keep talking too much because I got a lot of plans going on in my head, Jethro. I got a lot of things I'd like to do. I keep saying I want to do these things, but I mean, finding time to actually do them is my drawback. Again, I think that has to be a lot of my sensing that I and like I just told what I told you about. And not only that, I've noticed too, occasionally I sit in front of a computer screen and I start working and I start getting narcolepsy. Like I start trying to work, like, okay, I got to do this. Then I fall asleep. I got to wake myself up. Then I fall asleep. Then all of a sudden I'm like, what the heck? I can't. Now I'm not doing that now because I'm doing something, because I'm talking. I'm stimulated. I'm on task here. But sometimes I even get I wish I could get narcolepsy when I'm in bed at night. That'd be fine. Why is it I'm in bed at night where I want to sleep and I can't? I wake up all uncomfortable. I sit in my chair. I start trying to do something on a computer. I fall asleep. It's all backwards. You know what I mean? I mean, you're not seeing me fall asleep now, but trust me, I'm right in this chair I'm sitting in right here, trying to start learning all this software and getting in all deep with it and trying to figure it out. And I'm like falling asleep half the time. You know, Tom, I know what you are talking about with that. Sometimes I fall asleep when I'm driving occasionally. Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes I fall asleep. I get drowsy at night when I drive sometimes. But and not only that, I'm a professional driver, so I got to be careful of that. I definitely do. And hopefully, Blaiskin, you don't try to fight that sleep. That's one of the worst things you can do. Now, if you can, if you're ever falling asleep and you feel like you're going to doze off, listen, try to find a place to pull over and just, find a place that's safe. Roll up your windows a little bit and just kick back for about 10 minutes. Close your eyes and get that edge off there. It's not worth you going off the road and crashing your car. It really isn't if you fall asleep at the road. I mean, so many times we think we can fight this. We can roll the windows down, get the air coming in, try to stay awake. But there's only so long we can do that. And sometimes it'll just end with you drifting off the road. One of my biggest fears is, and I've actually driven it home a couple times where I've dozed off and I felt like I was just inches away from going into a ditch, like into like a cul-de-sac or hitting a guardrail. So it does happen. So you gotta make sure that when you're doing that, it's best just to pull over and take a small nap and then continue on. Okay, that's all. Unfortunately, it's funny how that happens. You sit down. I mean, I sit down doing this and I want to sleep. You know, so okay. Oh yeah, so Vamp fuck. I called you Vampy. Tom, I feel that last night I woke up at 3ish and my partner snapped me because I was wide awake on my phone. Don't know why I was wide awake suddenly. Uh yeah, I like I said, I mean, I think I do that too. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes in the middle of the night, I'm just wide awake and I can't sleep and I got to force myself. When I want to sleep, I can't. When I don't want to sleep, I do. It's kind of like that. Yeah, sounds like we all suffer from that. On my way home the other day, I fell asleep and ran off the road, but didn't crash, luckily. Oh, Blaze can see what I mean. So you actually did. Now, Blazekin, you are. Why are you doing that? Have you ever asked why? Why are you falling asleep at the road? Listen, you're an 18-year-old kid, barely 18. I mean, it sounds like you should be quite alert. You should have a body right now at your age that's very alert, that's very youthful, and that doesn't fall asleep. Usually, this doesn't start happening until you get a little older in life. You know, usually that's what happens. Sometimes when you start getting older, we start needing to doze off a little bit, start taking naps, and I noticed that about myself. Um, but what are you doing that at 18 years old, having this kind of thing? Um, I don't know. That sounds like it's almost like I notice one thing when I drive, and if I'm driving, especially, I notice a lot of times. I think it's just that whole you're hypnotized by the road in a way. Sometimes it's mundane. Things just keep going, and if you're not distracted, sometimes you actually have to turn on some loud music or maybe turn up, maybe listen to something on the radio that's maybe somewhat just exciting to you that you can listen to. I've even found myself at times when I was getting very tired, I'd actually find a station and I knew the lyrics to, like a rock station. And I'd start singing the lyrics. I'd start trying to just get into the song and start singing it in my car just to try to keep myself occupied, keep my head in the game like I am now. I kept thinking, well, as long as I'm into something, talking about something, then I'll stay awake, So I'd even do that. It helped a little bit. Sometimes that would help. I mean, I'd literally start singing songs by myself with the music up loud to stay awake, just to keep it. And occasionally though, like I said, I mean, I've even pulled over, found a safe place, and I've had to kick back in my and just take a nap, you know. So I mean, I did that. I had a night job. I had to adjust to a night job. I did that many times trying to adjust. It took me months and months to adjust to being up at night, which I'm up now. But it took me a long time to adjust to that. So, but at 19, I'm surprised. 18 years old. That's a little young to be falling asleep all the time. Blaze, I get that like when I play video games, I zone out sometimes. I can't remember what I did something. A tendency to zone out while driving, take wrong turns, and sometimes I will sometimes forget I'm driving there. Oh my gosh, Blazkin. I've had a video. I've talked about that very thing. I think I put out a couple of shorts about zone outs, and it's called that. That's an older short. I don't think it was like a real popular one, but I said that's typically an INFJ is a tendency to be a zone outer. Because we're so introverted and intuitive in our mind, we spend so much time thinking there, and we have very weak extroverted sensing. I mean, not that it's weak. It's our least dominant function. It's the fourth on the list. So it's not our forefront, but our mind is there. And at times we can get so wrapped up in our thoughts, even when we're driving or doing tasks, that we almost go into autopilot. And I catch myself doing this sometime, where you get so enthralled in what you're thinking, planning, whatever it is, that you forget your reality. You almost go into autopilot. You're visually seeing things. You're stepping on the brake. You're driving. You're controlling your car, but in a sense, you are zoned out of your body. You're zoned out because your mind is occupying that. And then you look up and say, "Wait, I was supposed to take exit 12. I'm at exit 14," and you realize you drove an exit or two ahead of you. I've done that many times. And then you think to yourself, "Where was I? How did I forget that?" You forgot to take your exit, or you forgot to take a certain turn because you were so preoccupied. Listen, that's typical with us. Okay, typically that's what that's an INFJ thing right there. Okay, and the zone outs. In fact, like I said, I've talked about that on this channel before a couple times. So Blaziken being an INFP, like I said, either they're the dreamiest. Okay, Blaziken is an INFP. Oh, are you sure about that? He is not Blaziken. I know you said you took a test. You're not an INFJ. You're an INFP. So I think it's a good point, though. I think extroverted sensing is in his sub functions. All right, and maybe that's exactly what that is. Because I know ours, it's number four, but it's still part of our first four of our functions. In an INFP, I believe it's like, what is it, number five or six in there. So it's almost a sub function in a way. But yeah, they're the dreamy types, which would actually do just that, Jethro. I mean, they start dreaming and getting into their imagination, deep into their imagination when they're supposed to be driving. And yeah, I could see that happening, zoning out. So zone outs have kind of frequent with that, definitely. So good point. INFPs are dreamy. It's because their first function is introverted feeling. Oh, INFPs, their first is introverted feeling. This is why this explains a lot why he's asking so many questions about himself. Have you noticed that? Now, yeah, Blaziken, yeah, that's why he's trying to figure himself out. He's asking so many questions about his mind, about what he's thinking. Is he depressed? Asking questions from us because it's his introverted feeling is very strong in that, and he's trying to figure out his own mind, his own way he's thinking. Oh, that explains a lot. It just came to me. There you go. That's why he's always asking questions about himself. Okay. So does that make sense to you, Blaziken? Tom, one day I'll get in the stream yard and I'll tell you about the cognitive functions. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Blaziken, I didn't this week. Last week I was actually did StreamYard and I invited a couple of guests in last week. In fact, we were talking to Jethro. I talked to a couple people. I talked to Billy the Goat. He was smart. And I talked to Georgie Porge. I don't think he stuck around very long today. George was in here earlier. I saw George kind of came in. But yeah, no, we'll have to do that. One of these days when I get on the stream, I don't think I seen you much last week. But last week I was able to, I pinned a link right to the stream. And I invited guests in. So I can do that. Okay, you'll have to talk about the cognitive functions of the INFP. Okay, I'll look forward to that. You'll have to. I'd like you to explain to me. Nah, last week I was having a headache. Oh, headache. Yeah, I knew that. Well, you weren't around last week. You probably would have got to talk on StreamYard last week. I didn't do that I didn't do that today. All right. Well, as you can see, just doing a thing, Sometimes I just like to start it and go. Again, I was trying to get into the OBS studio and do it that way through here, but I didn't have time. And again, sometimes I can't think of things. Anyway, it's almost 12:30. I'm going to go to sleep. All right. Well, hopefully you get some good night's sleep in there. Yeah, it's there you go. Thanks for talking, everyone. Yeah, of course, Blaiskin. Yeah, go. All right. Good night. Uh, let's take care. Oh my gosh. Ah, he kind of grows on you, don't he? Bye, Vampy. Good night. Oh my gosh. Blaiskin. Yeah, he kind of grows on you, that kid, don't he? Huh? Yeah, yeah. It's okay. Yeah, he's I notice everybody gives this kid I noticed some of the comments that you tell him is yeah, very he's got a lot of different input going on here. He likes the chat though. Like, well, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he like this chat? We got a lot of interesting stuff goes on here sometimes. At least I would think so. Everybody must like the chat for that reason though. Yeah. So, well, we cover so many different things going on here. That's all. So, what's not to like about it? So, yeah, it is. There's 9 of us watching right now. That's good. That's good to know. There's 9 of us, and yeah. But as far as the channel goes, people, I'm not going to make any promises now. I know I've told you many different things I'd like to do with the channel moving forward, and I mean, it seems that the lives right now are the highlight of my of the channel right now. I do these once a week, and it seems that's where the highlights come from. But I've been trying to put out videos. I haven't had a lot of time to put out a lot of them, but I'm going to have to crack down if I want this channel to be lucrative and want it to be surviving as well. It would help me understand myself a lot. I would I would have loved I would have loved uh, as a teen, Blaiskin personality. Good night. It would have helped me understand. Oh, you mean if you had that if you would have, yeah, you'd almost wonder if you had if you knew a little bit about yourself, knew a personality type at 18, knew who you were, and took that advice and actually kind of found the right, the right help, the right people that you jived with at that age, would it have helped you out? You know what I mean? Makes you wonder. But I got to tell you the truth. I mean, if I had known myself back then, and I mean, the thing you got to understand too, wouldn't it have been part of you would have been gypped out of the fact that you had to struggle in your life too? It all depends on whether or not you were going to allow yourself to um, face yourself, face your own self, look at yourself when you needed to. I mean, I'm not saying we're perfect, but the opportunity to grow from yourself by not understanding yourself and having to learn yourself over the course of your lifetime just to survive. You see, it would have made you completely different. But what would you have been as insightful? You know what I mean? I mean, it's really hard to tell. But you were who you. But either way, we have to know that we became who we were intended to be. Right? Uh, it's a place where we are not judged, and it makes us all lighter, in my opinion. Oh, like, right? Are you talking about the channel, Jethro? This particular channel? Well, that's good. I think I think that's the whole idea of it. There's no doubt. That's what I like to think that's why it's here as well. I mean, like I said, it's the whole safe haven. Yeah, for us. I would definitely have a clearer understanding if why I think a certain way. It would definitely explain why I survive the way I did. Yeah. Um, yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I mean, there's so many times I tell myself I wish I could have taken a different path, and I wish I could have. There's so many things I wish I did differently. And but then I say, well, I wouldn't be exactly who I am now. But is that a good thing? There's some flaws about me I wish I could work on. I mean, I wish I was a little more organized, a little cleaner with doing things around the house, a little more hands-on. I mean, I know there's things I'd like to work on. But then again, just knowing them and not doing them makes me say, well, wouldn't it matter if I'm knowing this about me now, but I don't make the strides to do it. So again, I overthink a little bit. That's all. I definitely do. Okay, so I said I was going to leave at 12 o'clock, but it turns out it's 12:34. I never went. That's okay. I tell you what, people. I'm going to stretch this to about 1 o'clock. All right, and after 1 o'clock, we'll shut it down for the day, and that'll still give us about a good 5 hours on the chat tonight on the whole thing. Darius, that's the gift. Not waiting, not wanting to risk who you are by regretting and wanting to change the past. It's almost like reading a fortune cookie. Some of your your comments, Darius. That's the gift. Not waiting, well, not wanting to risk who you are now by regretting and wanting to change the past. Yeah. Good gosh, that's almost like philosophy over there. It's like got a bunch of natural philosophers in here, just speaking their mind. My gosh, that's deep. I'll tell you. Dead. Yeah, definitely 100%. Yeah. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of hearts on that one. 100% you got on that one. Very insightful. Yes, well, I see the hundreds. That must be Vamp doing that. She likes that comment you got there. Yeah, very deep stuff you got there. You Hey, but that I wouldn't. Hey, I wouldn't expect any more. Everybody here is very unbelievably insightful here. You know, I got to tell you, people. Listen, I mean, I know a good majority are right here, and I've known you for months just through this channel, just through dealing with you here on these lives and your comments on the videos, and so yeah. But I mean, you really give me something to look forward to. You know, I mean, you just do. I mean, I do these lives and I just you give me something to kind of look forward to seeing. That's good. Like I wouldn't change, but if it would help me understand my mind though, in a way. Um, yeah, I mean, like I said, yeah, I think there's certain things you'd like to think you could go back and do, but I mean, hey, there's a couple things I wish I could go back and not do. Yeah, definitely, but again, you wouldn't be exactly who you are today. So it's one of those odd things where you really just baffles the mind just to think about it. But you just got to boil it down to you being who you are. And that's where you led. So, well, I have 6 watching right now. Yeah, usually this is the time of night it gets it's things start tapering off here anyway. Um, yeah. So okay. So, but anyway, so there's a couple we missed tonight as far as like who showed up before. Oh, by the way, I noticed that I like the background better now. At least I filled in that. Now they brought Mr. Knight in here. And that guy right back there, Mr. Knight, patriotic Knight. Now I noticed that he fills up that background a lot better. But used to be there was nothing back there. It was kind of a blank space, and I thought it would be nice to get some. So I thought, why not? I'm gonna break the. I got to make sure that Mr. Knight is in the background, and there he is. So, and so the more I see him back there, I says, yeah, that definitely filled that gap in pretty well. So I kind of put the American flag in there. He doesn't have to have that. He could just be standing there. I just put that in there just as a flag holder, literally, and just added a little bit to him. So, but that's good. Yeah. Um, Oh, so you connect us all, Tom, with your channel. Thanks. No, that's another thing too. Exactly, is because each and every one of you, I see the friendship I see, but amongst each other, and some of the conversations you have with each other. And listen, I don't know if it goes beyond the channel. It can, but still, you know each other, and if it does do that, that's great. I don't know all the ins and out, but that's not really my business. But the thing is, I know your friends here on the channel. I mean, listen, I'm friends with all of you. I'm kind of the guy, but I see the whole, and I noticed that we show up here every week, and you have the same, like, there's a lot of us are staying here, and we get familiar with each other. And I see some of the conversations look like they pick up from week to week, and there's a good friendship going on there. So yeah, but I mean, little things like that. Those little things, though, just kind of warm me up a little bit. Just to know that because of this channel and because we all show up here and we talk the way we do, that it's making our lives just a little bit, a little better. It's just making us, bringing us some sense of importance, of happiness, of friendship. You know what I mean? That's all. Even though we're hundreds and thousands of miles away. We've shrunk a whole little world right here, you know. He's in full size. Oh, you talking about Mr. Knight? He's in full size. Yeah, he looks good back there, and it's like he's guarding me. He's kind of watching my back. He's guarding the room, man. He's the protector. Yeah, he's my he's my archetype. He's my literal. Hey, there you go. In a sense, it's like I've always thought of him like he's inspired me in a way, like the he's the thing in me I want to be. That's what I'd like to think of myself as being very like, the knight in shining armor. Who wouldn't want to be that guy? You see what I mean? So he's back there. What I wish I could be. Maybe I am deep down when I have to be, but he's like an actual physical outer extension archetype. That's pretty deep. I know. I know. I just kind of constructed that, but that gets pretty damn deep right there, don't it? A paladin. Hey, a paladin. Yes, yes. That's. I think that they call that knights are actually called a paladin. Is that right? That's right. I think it's funny you mentioned that. It's just a. I mean, it's like a knight. It's just basically a tin kind of construction, and he's one of those decorative, like castle pieces. Remember back in the old days, back in those Gothic castles, back in like those Anglo-Saxon countries, like maybe they always had knights and they had maces and they'd have like armor like hanging up, but they always had a knight. It was always the full size knight that would be standing there, like the knight suit. It was part of a collection. So that's yeah. A paladin was a holy knight. Oh, a holy knight, huh? Well, there you go. See, I think I didn't quite know that's what that was. Um, well, I told you the story. My late brother Jimmy. This is one of the last things that my brother Jimmy, before he left to go move away. He moved. He moved out to California, and he packed up his bags. And before he left, he gave me that night. And he gave me a couple other things. And a couple days later, I never saw him again. Never saw my brother again. My brother Jim. So that holds a little bit of sentimental value too, because my brother, he knew he couldn't take it. He loaded up his Jeep back in 1989, and he moved to California. He wanted to start a new life. Long story, his wife had passed away a few months earlier, so he was in a really distraught state of mind, and she died of cancer. Very tragic story, but he had this night and he gave it to me. And a couple days later he left. I watched him leave. I still never forgot that. My mom said, maybe we'll see him. Maybe we'll all move out there and we'll see him out there. And I said, or we may never see him ever again. Little did I know, just making that comment, I was seeing something. I kind of thought this was the last time I'd see him, and it was turned out I made that comment. But that night now, every time I see it, I kind of think of my late brother. I mean, he had his own tragic death. I mean, that whole story was very, very painful moment. But he represents that, that because he gave it to me. That was the last thing he gave me before I never saw him again. So there's some sentimental value there. My old house, we had an Australian behind a glass door with an Australian. Now, what is that exactly? An Australian flag. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Um, Two gyms away, we were in a gang because of it. They have people all over the town. Oh, I see. Well, being that you're in Australia, of course, that's your flag. I actually think that's a cool flag. I like the. I mean, listen, I'm not Australian, but I do know it's got the Union Jack in the corner, and it's got like it's all blue, and it's got like those stars representing the islands of Australia, Tasmania. There's a couple other islands that's all part of Australia, I believe, but you have like those stars that it's like in a nice blue. It's like a nice blue ocean blue, and you got a bigger star which meant the main body. Then there's a couple other smaller stars which represents the islands. So it's kind of cool. Either that, or maybe it represents the territories. You don't have states like you have territories. Maybe that's what it represents. It's either it represents the territories or the islands of Australia. It could be that, but either way, it's a vamp. It is a beautiful country flag, though. Australia. I do think it's set up really well. Yeah, Southern Cross. Okay, Darius, Australian flag. Or the Southern Cross. Oh, okay. It's the Southern Hemisphere pole constellation. Oh, well, I guess I got that way off now. I was guessing what those things were. But of course, Darius, how do you know this stuff, man? How do you know this stuff? Obvious, Darius, man, he knows this stuff. He knows a lot. He knows a little bit about everything. This guy. Okay, so that's what that is. It's the Southern Cross constellation. Thank you. All right. So whatever I just said, forget it. I didn't know a damn thing. I was. That's why I was asking. Facts stick in my brain. Goop. Hey, Darius, I'm like that too. But sometimes I don't know all the facts. All right. I mean, but I'm the same way though. If I know something, if I read something, it'll stay with me. But I mean, I guess I was trying to create what it might be based on, we got 50 stars in 50, and we got 13 stripes on our flag, right? And I know all the stars represent a state of the United States, which are 50. But it's got 13 stripes representing the first 13 colonies of the United States. So at one time, the first U.S. flag had that a circle of 13 stars. That was the first one, and there were 13 stripes and 13 stars. Do you know originally they wanted to make they wanted to like add a star, add a star and a stripe for all the new states, but I think they did against that because it would have just kept being. It would have just made this. All the stripes would have got narrower and narrower, and then they'd be there just these little lines. You know what I mean? Imagine 50 little lines, and they'd all have to get skinny, and it wouldn't have looked as it wouldn't have looked as good. They wanted I guess they wanted to keep the wideness of the stripes. But it seems symbolic that the original 13 colonies were the first, and symbolically there are 13 stripes representing 13 colonies. So they kept that, but then the stars in the blue box increase every state that is created. Okay, and that's a little fact that I remembered back in the yes, 13 colonies, absolutely. So that's a little fact that I seem to remember there as well. We will never change the 50 states. It would mess up the government too much. Well, hey, there was talk about making Puerto Rico a 51st state. There was talk about that, but I'm not thinking they want to do that. Yeah. Hey, want to hear some funny thing? There was a back about maybe 20 years ago. There was a place, Killington, Vermont. I don't know if you've ever heard of Killington. It's a ski resort, right? Just up in just up in Vermont. Is an area it's a good area, like many. I don't know how big it is, but large enough. It's a mountain group up in the Green Mountains, and it's called Killington. And they were floating around an idea that they wanted to secede. They want us to secede from Vermont and become part of New Hampshire. Yeah, imagine that. So it would still be in Vermont, but they were going to just move out of that and become part of New Hampshire. But it was something to do with the way they were taxing these ski resort. Something to do with the way it was something that the local Vermont government was running things. Didn't happen, but it would have been kind of cool that. Now, would they have made that another 51st state? I don't know. They would have just taken a piece of Killington in Vermont and made it part of New Hampshire. I don't know. Sometimes states like doing little things like that, or they float the idea. It didn't happen, though. I thought it was crazy, but speaking of that, I heard of a national anthem for Australia, and they noticed that it had changed it from what I heard as a child. Oh, they actually changed around the national anthem, or they changed the lyrics around a little bit. Yeah. Hey, that's what they. Hey, you ever? That's well. I mean, what would that be all about? I wonder why did they change the national anthem? I remember years ago. Now they wanted to change the Australian flag. Oh, I see. We will never change the 50 states. Yeah, yeah. Aha! I love the random facts. Are amazing. Yeah, facts stick in my brain. Yeah, would you mention that? So Darius knows these random facts about the Australian flag. Now, Vamp, being that you're Australian, did you know what Darius said about that? Did you actually know about the Southern Cross being the star constellation? Which I didn't know. I mean, that was deep, but he knew that. So you knew that. Okay, I figured if you're from Australia, you probably know that. That's your country. I figured you must know that kind of stuff. Okay. Yes, I did. Yeah, yes, it was crazy. It was something to do with the Aborigines. Oh, I see, the Aborigines. Yeah, they were basically the native. They were like the native Australians down there, right? Yeah, you can see in Australia, but don't think you can see it from anywhere else. Oh, I see. You can only see the constellation, the Southern Cross. Oh, it's only visible down there. So I've probably never seen this constellation then. All right. Yeah, because this that would make a lot of sense from the way it's aimed down there. You're down under. I mean, that probably see it from Antarctica. I would imagine anything from like the southern hemisphere, like the extreme southern hemisphere down. You're going to see that. Probably see it in parts of Antarctica. If it's on the southern part of the Earth, then you're seeing all those constellations down there, right? Let's see. I remember when I was younger in the Philippines trying to see it and I couldn't. Oh, you went to, I think you would mention you went to the Philippines before. That's right. I believe so. Okay. So even from the Philippines, that was far enough north you couldn't even see it then. Okay. So it's an extreme thing. Okay. Got that. Imagine that. I've never seen the Southern Cross. I've never, well, actually, I have. I've briefly been in the southern hemisphere, but not so far south as Australia is geographically. I went to Brazil back about 20 something years ago. I've been there. I did visit Sao Paulo state in Brazil, the state of Sao Paulo. So, long story. Not a long story, but bottom line is technically that was south of the equator. And it was in the Tropic of Cancer. I was in the tropics at that point. I remember it being November when I left Boston Airport. I left Logan Airport. And yeah, it was already turning, cold, but when I got there, it was tropical. It was 10 days of warmth. I think the only place I remember visiting as a child, but I don't know where else. Oh, okay. All right. So, but still, Philippines. I mean, yeah, that's relatively close though to Australia. To me, I think Philippines, from where I am, I think, yeah, that's halfway around the world. So will you, Vamp. You're on the other end of where we are, completely opposite. But to you, Philippines, yeah, that's right up there. I mean, that'd be like me visiting like Nova Scotia or something like that up in Canada. You know what I mean? Or Prince Edward Islands or something like that. Yeah, that'd be like right in your neighborhood. I mean, just me going up to Canada a little bit would be nothing. But so but Philippines, yeah, and not only that, I mean, being that Philippines, that's their primary language is English. They speak English as their first language up there, and I know that was also another British colony for many years as well. They colonized and they pretty much the British did their thing, obviously because they speak English there. And I mean, I don't know a lot of in depth history about the Philippines. I do know basic things about them. I do know that there was some Philippine campaigns in World War II, in its first two world wars. When they were restructuring some of the borders and the territories. I know they were. So I know that there was some restructuring, and I do know that the Japanese Empire was trying to conquer. In fact, we had to. In fact, some of the campaign was part of the Philippines because Japanese Empire was actually involved in invading part of Philippines. They wanted the Philippines. So yes, the Americans and British had a vested interest as the allies in order to protect the Philippines from falling into the Axis hands. So yeah, that was part of that whole. That was all part of that theater over there, I believe. Yeah. See, I don't know. I know this stuff. See, all the stuff I read as a kid, that library I'm talking about, man, all that stuff, all those, times I flipped through those atlases and, and those history things, it's coming out now. It's just, there it is. It comes out. You know what I mean? So, English, Tagalon are the main. Oh, so I was going to say Tagalon. I knew English was the main one. I knew there was another language that was probably spoken before the English had basically, you know, taken that territory, whatever it is. They founded that territory. So Tagalon was the main language before that. So I'm sure they probably speak that as a second language as well. So, but still, that's interesting. But now you remember going? Do you have any memories of going to the Philippines, or just was it one of those things your family went on a vacation up there, or did you have family and up there? Just curious. I mean, that's kind of cool though that you got to go there though. Tag along. Yeah, but bottom line is sometimes it's good to go to these countries that speak English, so you don't have to learn a new language though. I mean, that is kind of a benefit. So, all right. Hey, we have 12 watching. I can't believe it. Hello there, 12 watching. If anybody's new to the channel, you can say hello. If you'd like to say hello, if anybody is brand new, if you're checking us out, this is Tom Omega, and this is the Infj Experience, and yeah, we talk about a lot of different things. It's mainly about the INFJ personality type and the MBTI. But as you can tell, as you can see, we talk about world geography, history, science. We'll talk about other stuff too. Okay, things that fascinate us on this channel, basically. Okay. Oh, well, they just dropped off. Now it's down to 8 again. Maybe they'll be back. I don't know. I celebrated my 10th birthday in the Philippines, and it's the party, and it's a party. It's like a big wedding. Oh, okay. I stayed there for 6 weeks during my school years. Oh, I got that. 10th birthday party. Oh, I see. So it's a birthday party you got up there. You up there for 6 weeks. There you go. Ah, nice. I believe so. Wow. Um, Now, have you ever what's the furthest you've ever been as far as, like, is that the furthest country you've left and gone to visit, Vamp? I know, I can't figure you have ever been to the United States, or have you ever been to Europe or anything like that? Because the furthest I've ever traveled in my life, I've only stayed in the Americas myself. Like I said, I've been down to South America briefly, but I've never left the Americas. I mean, it'd be nice to travel someday, but I'm just curious. I stayed there for 6 weeks during my school year. Got it. 6 weeks in Manila. I would imagine you were in Manila then, or maybe not. Then it's a big country down there. That's for sure. Yeah. Okay. I believe it's the only place I can remember, as I did travel when I was a baby. Okay, so you did travel when you were a baby as well. Okay. Oh, all right. So it sounds like things have changed a little bit since then, though. That's all. Well, either way, I mean, yeah, being that you're native to Australia, yeah, you're gonna stay close to your native area, your home area, I would think. It only makes sense. So, uh, okay, my mom's family is from Manila, and so, oh, I see. Oh, there you go. So you do have family there. I said you had some family. That would do it then. Your mom's family is from Manila. Oh, okay. All right. And Lee Lite. Now, is that a place? Lite? Light? Hopefully I'm saying it right. Late. It looks like Late, whatever you just said there. Now, that must be places that are from another city. Yeah, Leyte. Got it. Yeah. Is that another city in Philippines? That must be another part of the Philippines, I would only imagine then, right? That's good. Oh, oh, Leyte is a province. Okay, got that. All right, that's a province. No, that's a province in the Philippines. Yeah, see, I'm a little bit confused. I would imagine a little bit. Okay, so I would imagine if your mother is Filipino, then she's Filipino, and I would imagine that she has that. She's. I mean, because I keep thinking that just because you're in Australia doesn't necessarily mean that. I know the English founded down there, and there was a lot of the white people were down there, but I mean, there's a lot of probably a lot of like different like descents down there. So yes. Okay, so that is a province in there. Okay. No, I'm just trying to get an idea. Yeah, I get that. So, um, I mean, a lot of times you think of Australia, like I said, sometimes I always think that there's a lot of people that basically look European there, but it's not always the case, though, I would imagine. There's like 18 different ones. Oh, there's like 18 different provinces in, is that right? Okay. See, the little things I didn't know about that. Now we're learning a little bit about about what do you call it? The Philippines. Sorry, I mean 82. Oh, 82. Good gosh. 82 different provinces in the Philippines? Good gosh. I mean, why do they need so many? I mean, what's up with that? I mean, yeah, that seems like quite a bit. All right. Okay. Well, people, it is 1:02 in the morning. And I got to tell you something. It's uh it's getting a little late. It's getting late. I got to think about going to work tomorrow. And when do we start? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Well, went on 5 hours today. Yeah. Did a 5 hour broadcast. I think that's quite a bit of time. I think that's been. I think my record for going on here has been almost 8 hours one time. No, I'm not going to do that now. I'm just saying. I think there was one broadcast I did go close to 8 hours here. If you can believe it. So sometimes these things they get a mind of their own, and that's another thing I think that's part of part of the this live is that I lose track of time. Now for me to spend that much time in a place at a time, that means I'm getting something out of something, you know? I mean, I wouldn't spend this kind of time if it wasn't enriching me in any way. So same thing with you people. Most of you stick around. Some come and go. But bottom line is I got a lot of regulars that we we uh we like what we get here, don't we? Most definitely. Vamp, thank you so much. Yeah, Vamp definitely likes this show here, likes this program, huh? Thank you, Tom and Infj Experience, Darius and Jethro. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, we still got 9 out there, so there's still we're talking though. Well, Vamp, as always, I mean, I tell you, sometimes we just get into conversations out there, and I'm just, I tell you though, just some of the things you talk about, and sometimes you talk about things that you feel like you need to express. I mean, things about your mom and about your past, and I'm hopefully just being able to talk to us out here and me, and that we're able to talk to each other is helping you out a little bit. It's helping you to not be, because I can sense that you've had different things in your life that have caused your own conflicts in it, and I can tell. And I think that's true with all of us. All right. But I think I'm glad you're here. I really am. Glad you're here with us. You know, glad to be here and glad to help. Yes. Darius, hey, I'm glad you stuck around, man. Darius, yeah, it's good that you stuck around. Listen, I think your input is crucial, man. In fact, I think everybody's is got a certain input in there. But gosh, you are you know very very insightful about things. You know what I mean? So I want to tell you that I'm glad you stuck around, Darius. Definitely enjoy being able to speak up about what I've been through, and it helps me to express my thoughts and feelings. Oh, that's good, Vamp. That's good. I'm glad you're doing that. No, but through the months though, through the months, I mean, we've talked very many times, and you know, and you've definitely I feel like you're able to open up a little bit. I think that's what happens when you get familiar with people too. Is that when we have that kind of thing, we have a certain friendship, certain trust that we develop over the that course, and yeah, we know the format. We know this is what it's all about, you know, and that's all. Yeah, let's see. Definitely okay. Dead. I love the way. Oh, deed. I loved the way to express things. Yeah, there you go. Oh, so that must be okay. She's kind of abbreviated your name into it looks almost like dead. I'm like, oh, it's almost like dad, like Dade. Darius. Okay, that's good. Well, anyway, people, I'm gonna uh, I'm gonna end this broadcast only because of time constraints, and I think we've been here quite a while. I bet we all got to work in the morning. I appreciate the love from everyone. Thank you. It took a long time to get my words well put together. Well, Darius, there's some history. There's some deep history that I've known from you as many months as well. Okay, and I tell you, like I said, we had a little bit of a run around there one time in the texting with a video, but I mean, I think that actually just made us a little more respectful to each other. I just want to tell you, thank you for that whole thing. I'm kind of glad it happened that way because, you know, I think that just made us a little more, made us better friends in a lot of ways. Well, anyway, everybody, hopefully I see you again. Listen, 4th of July, 4th of July, obviously is next Saturday. And I do believe I was asked if I was going to do one, and I thought, why not? I mean, that's the regular day, and so let's do a 4th of July Independence Day um, broadcast. Yes, I know that is an American holiday, but still we can still declare Independence Day as INFJs. Every day is our Independence Day. How about that? Huh? Oh my gosh. Schoolyard of the life train. Schoolyard of life, Tom. Yes. I tend to write things out quicker. A lot of times, speak sometimes. Sounds good to me. All right. Well, thank you again, people. Thank you so much for sticking around again for another great live broadcast. Okay. And again, people, I love all of you. All right. And I do look forward to hanging out, and the kind of makes my night. It really does. I, okay. All right. Well, people, thank you so much again. And until next week, until next time we meet again, everybody have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. All right. Until tomorrow. Okay. Until next week, even. All right. Thank you again.